What if I told you that Jesus performed countless miracles during his ministry, yet only about 37 are recorded in the Gospels? Each one is a story, not just of power, but of purpose and compassion, a glimpse into the very heart of God. Picture this: a blind man seeing light for the first time, a raging sea falling silent at a single command, and thousands being fed with just a few loaves of bread. These aren't just extraordinary moments, they're divine acts, windows into God's limitless power, boundless love, and ultimate authority. Each miracle is a sign, pointing to who Jesus truly is, the Messiah, the Son of God, and the Savior of the world. But these miracles were never random displays of power. They were deeply intentional, meeting specific needs, restoring lives, and building faith in those who witnessed them. They showed that nothing is too broken for Jesus to restore, no storm too fierce for him to calm, and no life too far gone for him to redeem. Whatever you're going through right now, believe this: Jesus is the God of miracles, and he can deliver you. As you watch this video, let these stories be your stories too. The same Jesus who calmed storms, healed the sick, and raised the dead is still at work today, and he can deliver you from every challenge you're facing. Since this video is more long, we've included timestamps in the description for every miracle, so you can easily find the ones that speak to your heart. Whether it's turning water into wine, walking on water, or raising the dead, each miracle has a message meant to inspire and transform us today. It is our prayer that this video opens your heart to Jesus and reminds you that no matter what you're facing, he is able. He is still the God of miracles, and he is ready to work in your life. If you or someone you know needs to rediscover the wonder of God's power, this is the Deep Bible Stories video you've been waiting for. Let's dive in and uncover the incredible purpose behind these divine acts. The wedding at Cana was a celebration bursting with life. The air hummed with the sound of laughter, the clinking of cups, and the jubilant chatter of friends and family gathered to honor a new union. Weddings in Galilean culture were more than a single-day affair. They were week-long feasts where food and drink flowed freely, symbolizing joy, prosperity, and the bond between the families. But as the festivities carried on, a silent crisis was brewing. In a back room, away from the music and cheer, the servants were whispering nervously. The wine, the heart of the celebration, was gone. The empty jars loomed like an unspoken shame. To run out of wine wasn't just an inconvenience, it was a humiliation, a failure of hospitality that could tarnish the host family's reputation for years. As the realization spread among the inner circle, tension crept into the joyous atmosphere like a shadow. Mary, the mother of Jesus, saw the growing unease. Her gaze shifted from the cheerful crowd to the worried faces of the servants. She understood the significance of what was unfolding. In an act of quiet faith, she turned to her son and simply said, "They have no more wine." Her words weren't a command, nor were they loaded with expectation. They were a statement of need, spoken with the deep trust of a mother who knew her son was no ordinary man. Mary had lived with the knowledge of who Jesus was since his birth. Though his ministry had not yet begun publicly, she believed in his ability to act. Jesus' reply might seem distant at first. "Woman, why do you involve me? My hour has not yet come." But his words carried layers of meaning. Calling her woman wasn't disrespectful. It was a formal yet tender address, acknowledging her concern while subtly separating his divine mission from her earthly request. Jesus knew that performing miracles would set him on the path toward his ultimate purpose, the cross. His hour referred to that moment of sacrifice and glory, still in the distance. Yet Mary, undeterred, turned to the servants and said with calm confidence, "Do whatever he tells you." It was a profound act of faith, trusting that Jesus would act in the way and timing he saw fit. Nearby stood 6 large stone water jars, each capable of holding 20 to 30 gallons. These jars were not for drinking, they were used for ceremonial washing, a ritual that symbolized purification under Jewish law. Their purpose made them an unusual choice, but Jesus had a plan that would redefine expectations. "Fill the jars with water," Jesus instructed the servants. Imagine the scene. The servants exchanged uncertain glances. Water? For a wine shortage? Still they obeyed, hauling buckets of water to fill the jars to the brim. Their obedience was simple yet significant, a key step in what was about to unfold. "Now draw some out and take it to the master of the banquet," Jesus said. The tension was palpable as the servants ladled out the liquid. What were they carrying? Water or something more? Their footsteps felt heavy as they approached the banquet master, a man responsible for the feast's success. He took the cup, raised it to his lips, and tasted. His eyes widened. He turned to the bridegroom with amazement. "Everyone brings out the choice wine first, and then the cheaper wine after the guests have had too much to drink. But you have saved the best till now." The liquid in the jars wasn't just wine. It was the finest wine the banquet master had ever tasted. The once empty jars, meant for ceremonial cleansing, now brimmed with the richness of celebration. The crisis was averted, the feast continued, and the bridegroom received unexpected praise. But the true miracle was quietly revealed to a select few. The servants, Mary, and Jesus' disciples knew what had happened. This was more than a social solution. It was a divine sign. John, reflecting on the event, wrote, "What Jesus did here in Cana of Galilee was the first of the signs through which he revealed his glory, and his disciples believed in him." This miracle wasn't just about saving a party, it was about revealing the nature of Jesus' mission. The jars, traditionally used for purification under the Old Covenant, now held wine, a symbol of joy, abundance, and the new covenant Jesus came to establish. This transformation pointed to the greater transformation Jesus would bring to humanity, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary, the law into grace, and scarcity into abundance. This first miracle holds timeless lessons for us today. When we face moments of scarcity, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual, are we willing to bring our need to Jesus, trusting him to act? Mary's simple statement, they have no more wine, reminds us that even the smallest concerns matter to God. The servant's obedience is another powerful lesson. They didn't question Jesus' instructions, even when they seemed unconventional. Their willingness to act in faith was essential to the miracle. How often do we hesitate to obey, waiting for clarity or assurance? The story challenges us to trust Jesus, even when his methods don't align with our expectations. Finally, the abundance of wine, approximately 120 to 180 gallons, reflects God's generosity. He doesn't just meet our needs, he exceeds them. His provision is not just sufficient, it is abundant, overflowing, and the very best. Imagine yourself at the wedding in Cana, holding a cup of that miraculous wine. It tastes richer and fuller than anything you've ever known. As you sip, you realize you are witnessing something extraordinary. The beginning of a journey that will change the world. The story of water turned into wine is an invitation to trust Jesus with the empty places in our lives. Whether it's a need for provision, guidance, or transformation, he is able to turn scarcity into abundance and bring joy where there was once despair. Let this miracle remind you that Jesus is still in the business of transformation. He takes what is ordinary and makes it extraordinary. The celebration at Cana was just the beginning, a glimpse of the greater joy, grace, and life he offers to all who believe. In the region of Capernaum, a nobleman's household was gripped by fear and desperation. The nobleman's young son lay gravely ill, his fever relentless and his condition worsening by the hour. As a man of influence, the nobleman had likely exhausted every resource, calling on physicians, healers, and remedies, but nothing had worked. His son's life hung by a thread, and the weight of helplessness bore down on him. Then came word of a glimmer of hope. The healer, Jesus of Nazareth, had returned to Cana, about 20 miles away. The nobleman had heard of the miracles this man had performed, and though he didn't fully understand who Jesus was, he knew one thing: this was his son's only chance. Without hesitation, he left his son's bedside and began the long journey to Cana. Arriving in Cana, the nobleman made his way through the crowd and fell at Jesus' feet, his voice trembling with urgency. "Lord, come down before my child dies," he pleaded. His words weren't a command, but a desperate cry for help, spoken from the heart of a father, willing to do anything to save his child. Jesus' response was unexpected. "Unless you people see signs and wonders, you will never believe." These words weren't a rebuke of the nobleman specifically, but a challenge to the crowd surrounding him. Many had come not out of faith but curiosity, seeking spectacle rather than the Savior. But the nobleman wasn't deterred. His plea remained raw and earnest. "Sir, come down before my child dies." In this moment of desperation, Jesus tested the nobleman's faith in a profound way. Instead of going with him to Capernaum or laying hands on the boy, Jesus simply said, "Go, your son will live." The nobleman was faced with a choice. He had no proof, no visible sign that his son's condition had changed, yet something in Jesus' authority and presence compelled him to trust. He chose to believe and turned to begin the long walk back home, carrying nothing but faith in the words he had heard. As he neared his home, still some distance away, the nobleman saw his servants running toward him. Their faces were bright with joy, their voices filled with excitement as they called out, "Your son is alive!" Relief flooded his heart. But he asked one pressing question: when did he get better? The servants replied, "Yesterday at 1 in the afternoon, the fever left him." It was the exact moment Jesus had said, "Your son will live." The nobleman's faith was vindicated, and he knew without a doubt that this was no coincidence. This was the work of the Messiah. In that instant, the nobleman and his entire household believed in Jesus. This miracle was far more than a healing. It was a revelation. By healing the boy with just a word, Jesus demonstrated his authority over distance, time, and sickness. He didn't need to be physically present. His power transcended all limitations. The nobleman's faith, first sparked by desperation, grew into a confident trust in Jesus' words. And through this experience, his family was transformed, their lives forever changed by the one who spoke life into their darkest hour. The story of the nobleman's son reminds us of the power of faith and trust in God's promises. Like the nobleman, we are often called to believe before we see. The nobleman's willingness to take Jesus at his word challenges us to do the same in our own lives. How often do we hesitate to trust God because we lack visible proof? This miracle invites us to step out in faith, trusting that God's word is enough. It also reassures us of Jesus' limitless power. Whether near or far, his authority reaches into every situation. Whatever distance we feel, physically, emotionally, or spiritually, Jesus is never too far to intervene. Finally, the nobleman's story reminds us that our faith can have a ripple effect. His decision to trust Jesus not only brought healing to his son, but also led his entire household to believe. What step of faith might you take today that could inspire those around you? Imagine being the nobleman, standing before Jesus and hearing the words, "Go, your son will live." Imagine the mix of fear and hope as you turn toward home, clinging to nothing but the promise you've been given. Then picture the moment when your faith becomes sight, when the word spoken over your life is fulfilled in ways you couldn't have imagined. The story of the nobleman's son is not just a historical event. It's an invitation to trust the one who is faithful to his promises. Jesus' word is enough, and his power knows no bounds. The synagogue in Capernaum was filled with worshippers. It was the Sabbath, and the people gathered to hear the reading and teaching of Scripture. The air buzzed with anticipation as Jesus, the carpenter from Nazareth, who had begun gaining attention for his remarkable teaching and rumored miracles, stood to speak. His presence commanded respect, not through authority granted by position, but through an authenticity and power that radiated with every word he spoke. As he taught, the crowd was riveted. Unlike the scribes, who relied on tradition and commentary, Jesus spoke as though the very words of God flowed directly through him. He teaches with authority. The people whispered among themselves, astonished by the weight and clarity of his words. But amid the awe and reverence, a sudden, chilling disruption shattered the moment. From within the crowd, a man began to shout. His voice was twisted, filled with anger and defiance. "What do you want with us, Jesus of Nazareth? Have you come to destroy us? I know who you are, the Holy One of God." The words hung in the air like a thunderclap, jolting everyone in the synagogue. All eyes turned to the man, his face contorted with rage and fear, his body trembling as though gripped by an unseen force. The synagogue fell silent, except for the man's tormented cries. This was no ordinary outburst. It was the voice of a demon, speaking through the man, recognizing the divine authority of Jesus. The crowd, paralyzed with fear and confusion, watched to see what Jesus would do. Jesus, calm and resolute, fixed his gaze on the possessed man. There was no fear in his eyes, only authority and compassion. He spoke firmly, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Be quiet! Come out of him!" In an instant, the demon convulsed the man, throwing him to the ground with a violent shudder. The man cried out, his voice distorted in one final scream of defiance. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the struggle was over. The man lay still, his body relaxed, his face no longer twisted with torment. The demon was gone. The crowd was stunned. For a moment, no one moved. Then, a wave of murmurs swept through the synagogue. "What is this?" they asked one another. "A new teaching, and with authority. He even gives orders to impure spirits, and they obey him." The atmosphere shifted from fear to awe as they realized they had witnessed something extraordinary. Jesus' command over the demon wasn't a drawn-out ritual or dependent on elaborate incantations. It was immediate and absolute, a demonstration of his unparalleled authority over the spiritual realm. This was not just a healing, it was a confrontation with the forces of darkness, a declaration that the kingdom of God had come, and the power of evil could not stand against it. As the man sat up, the synagogue filled with whispers of amazement and wonder. He looked around, his eyes clear and his expression calm for the first time in years. His freedom was not just physical, it was spiritual and emotional, a complete restoration brought about by Jesus' power. News of what had happened spread rapidly throughout Capernaum and the surrounding region. The people had seen healers and exorcists before, but nothing like this. Jesus' authority was unmatched, and his ability to cast out demons with a simple command left them both inspired and unsettled. Who was this man? The healing of the man with an unclean spirit was more than an act of compassion. It was a vivid demonstration of Jesus' authority as the Son of God. In Jewish tradition, demons were seen as agents of chaos and destruction, forces that corrupted individuals and opposed the purposes of God. By casting out the demon, Jesus not only restored the man, but also revealed his power to defeat evil at its core. This miracle carries profound lessons for us today. First, it reminds us of the reality of spiritual warfare. The presence of the demon in the synagogue shows that evil can infiltrate even sacred spaces. Yet, the story reassures us that Jesus has ultimate authority over every spiritual force. No power of darkness can stand against him. Second, this miracle highlights the importance of recognizing Jesus for who he truly is. The demon acknowledged Jesus as the Holy One of God, but that acknowledgement was rooted in fear and defiance, not faith. The crowd, on the other hand, saw the authority of Jesus and began to grasp the magnitude of his mission. For us, the question remains, do we see Jesus merely as a teacher, or do we recognize him as the one with power to set us free? Finally, this story demonstrates the compassionate heart of Jesus. He didn't simply silence the demon to make a statement. He freed a man who had been trapped in torment. His focus was on restoration, on bringing healing and wholeness to someone who had been shattered by evil. Imagine yourself in that synagogue, watching the scene unfold. You hear the man's anguished cries, feel the weight of the demonic presence, and then witness the calm, authoritative voice of Jesus cutting through the chaos. In that moment, fear gives way to awe, and you realize you are standing in the presence of someone who holds power over both the seen and unseen realms. The healing of the man with an unclean spirit invites us to trust in the authority of Jesus, not only to confront the darkness in the world, but also to bring freedom and peace into our own lives. Whatever spiritual battles we face, we can rest in the assurance that Jesus has already won the ultimate victory. His words are as true today as they were in that synagogue. Be quiet, come out of him. With a single command, he silences chaos and restores what was broken. The day had been long and eventful. Jesus and his disciples had just left the synagogue in Capernaum, where he had cast out an unclean spirit, astonishing everyone with his authority. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, they made their way to Peter's house, seeking a moment of rest. The small home was modest but welcoming, a place where the disciples often gathered to share meals and discuss the teachings of their master. But as they entered the house, the air was heavy with concern. Peter's mother-in-law was ill, bedridden with a high fever. In those days, a fever wasn't just an inconvenience, it was often life-threatening, especially for the elderly. Her face was flushed, her breathing labored, and the worry etched on Peter's face was impossible to miss. Peter, Andrew, James, and John, now gathered in the house, shared glances of uncertainty. They had seen Jesus perform miracles, but this was different. This wasn't a public demonstration of power. This was personal. Peter approached Jesus, his voice tinged with both urgency and hope. "Master, my wife's mother is very sick. Please, can you do something for her?" Jesus didn't hesitate. Compassion filled his heart as he moved toward the small room where she lay. The dim light of an oil lamp flickered across the room, casting long shadows on the walls. Peter's mother-in-law lay still, her skin damp with sweat and her brow furrowed in pain. Jesus approached her bedside, his presence filling the space with calm assurance. He leaned over her and gently took her hand, his touch warm and full of life. Then, with quiet authority, he rebuked the fever. Instantly, the transformation was visible. Her breathing steadied, the color returned to her cheeks, and her eyes opened, clear and bright. There was no grogginess or lingering weakness. She was completely restored. Without hesitation, she sat up, her strength fully returned, as though she had never been ill. The others watched in amazement, their hearts swelling with gratitude and wonder. But Peter's mother-in-law, filled with both gratitude and an instinctive sense of hospitality, didn't linger in bed or dwell on her miraculous recovery. Instead, she rose, moving quickly to prepare food and serve those who had come into her home. It was a gesture that spoke volumes about her character and the immediacy of her restoration. The news of her healing spread rapidly, reaching the ears of neighbors and townspeople before the sun had fully set. By evening, the house was surrounded by people bringing their sick and possessed loved ones, hoping for a touch or a word from Jesus. The entire village seemed to have gathered at the door, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of torches. Jesus, though undoubtedly weary from the day's events, stepped out and began healing them one by one. This brief but powerful account carries layers of meaning that resonate deeply. First, it highlights Jesus' compassion. In a world where sickness often brought isolation and despair, Jesus' touch was a physical and emotional connection, a reminder that no one is too small or insignificant for his care. Peter's mother-in-law was not a public figure, yet Jesus entered her home, took her hand, and brought her healing. Second, this miracle reveals the immediacy and completeness of Jesus' power. There was no gradual recovery, no lingering weakness. The fever left her completely, and she returned to serving immediately. It's a vivid picture of restoration, showing that Jesus doesn't just heal symptoms, he restores wholeness. Third, her response is a lesson in gratitude and service. Peter's mother-in-law didn't need to be asked or reminded. Her first instinct after being healed was to serve others. Her actions challenge us to consider how we respond to the blessings we receive. Do we, like her, rise to serve God and others with our renewed strength? This story also underscores the relational nature of Jesus' ministry. He didn't perform miracles from a distance or as grand displays for the sake of spectacle. He entered homes, touched lives, and brought transformation in intimate, personal ways. Imagine being in that room as Jesus took her hand. The heat of the fever dissipates in an instant, replaced by the cool relief of healing. The air seems lighter, the tension gone. Now imagine being Peter, watching as your mother-in-law, once pale and weak, rises with strength and begins to serve the guests with energy and joy. The gratitude in the room is palpable. A quiet but profound recognition that the presence of Jesus changes everything. This miracle invites us to reflect on our own lives. What areas of weakness or sickness, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual, do we need to bring to Jesus? Are there moments when we've been restored but failed to respond with gratitude and service? The story of Peter's mother-in-law is more than an account of healing. It's a reminder of Jesus' compassion, power, and the transformative effect he has on those he touches. It calls us to trust him with our needs, to rise when he restores us, and to live lives marked by gratitude and service. As we move forward in exploring the miracles of Jesus, let this story remind you that he sees you, cares for you, and can bring restoration to even the smallest corners of your life. Just as Peter's mother-in-law rose to serve, We are called to rise and live out our gratitude in service to Him and to others. The evening air in Capernaum was alive with energy. News of what had taken place earlier that day spread like wildfire through the town. Jesus, the man who taught with authority and cast out demons in the synagogue, had just healed Peter's mother-in-law of a debilitating fever. Witnesses were buzzing with amazement, their excitement pouring into the streets, reaching every corner of the small fishing town. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its final rays streaking the sky with gold and crimson, people began to gather outside Peter's house, bringing with them the sick, the lame, and the oppressed. The streets became crowded, the low murmur of voices growing louder as families carried their loved ones or helped them walk toward the house. Mothers brought children suffering from illnesses that no doctor could cure. Fathers supported elderly parents who had been confined to their mats for years. Others brought friends tormented by unclean spirits, their anguished cries piercing the night. The scene was chaotic yet hopeful, a mixture of desperation and anticipation. Word had spread that Jesus was in town, and now the entire community seemed to be at Peter's doorstep. Inside the house, Peter, Andrew, James, and John watched the gathering crowd with a mixture of awe and concern. The narrow doorway framed an ever-growing number of faces, all looking toward the man who had already done so much in a single day. Peter leaned toward Jesus, his voice low but urgent. "Master, the whole town is here. They've brought everyone who is sick or possessed." Jesus didn't hesitate. His eyes, filled with compassion, scanned the crowd. He stepped outside, and the murmurs quieted as the people parted to make way for him. The flickering light of oil lamps illuminated his face, and for a moment the noise and chaos of the evening seemed to still under the weight of his presence. He began to move among the people, one by one, touching them, speaking to them, and restoring them. A mother knelt at his feet, her small child cradled in her arms. The child's breathing was labored, her face pale and feverish. Jesus placed his hand gently on the child's forehead, and within moments her color returned. She opened her eyes and looked at her mother, her breathing steady and strong. The mother's tears fell freely as she whispered, "Thank you." Next, a man with a crippled leg was carried forward on a mat. His friends laid him before Jesus, their faces etched with hope. Jesus knelt beside the man, his hand resting on the withered leg. He spoke softly, words of healing that carried the authority of heaven. The man's leg straightened, strength returning as he stood for the first time in years. His friends erupted in shouts of joy, lifting their hands in praise as the man took his first hesitant steps, then walked with confidence. All around, similar scenes unfolded. Jesus moved tirelessly through the crowd, healing the blind, restoring the lame, and casting out demons with a single command. Those who had been tormented by unclean spirits screamed as the demonic forces were driven out, their shrieks fading into silence as peace returned to their minds and bodies. The people marveled, some falling to their knees in worship, others crying tears of relief and gratitude. The crowds all grew as they realized the scope of what was happening. This wasn't just healing. It was a display of power and compassion unlike anything they had ever seen. No illness was too severe, no affliction beyond his reach. And yet Jesus moved with humility, not seeking recognition, but simply serving those in need. The sheer number of people seemed overwhelming, but Jesus showed no sign of weariness. He touched each person with care, met every gaze with kindness, and spoke words of comfort and reassurance to all who came to him. For hours he worked tirelessly, the crowd thinning only as each person received their healing and returned home, renewed in body and spirit. The disciples watched in awe. They had seen glimpses of Jesus' power before, but this was something far greater. They began to understand that his authority was not limited to teaching or to isolated acts of healing. It was comprehensive, a power that extended over every form of sickness, every spiritual oppression, every kind of suffering. More than that, it was driven by love. A love so deep and relentless that it drew people from their homes in the dead of night, hoping for even a moment in his presence. By the time the last of the crowd departed, the night was deep and quiet. The streets of Capernaum, which had been so alive with activity, were now still. Inside Peter's house, the disciples sat together, their faces reflecting the weight of what they had witnessed. Jesus, though undoubtedly weary, remained calm and serene. For him, this was more than a night of healing. It was the fulfillment of his mission, a glimpse of the kingdom of God breaking into a broken world. Matthew, reflecting on the events, later wrote, "This was to fulfill what was spoken through the prophet Isaiah. He took up our infirmities and bore our diseases." Jesus' actions that evening were not just miracles. They were a living embodiment of the prophecy, a demonstration of God's desire to heal and restore his people. This story invites us to consider the breadth of Jesus' compassion and the depth of his power. He didn't turn anyone away, no matter how great their need or how late the hour. His touch brought not only physical healing but also spiritual renewal, giving people a glimpse of the abundant life he came to offer. Imagine being in that crowd, watching as Jesus healed one person after another. Imagine the joy of a mother whose child is restored, the relief of a man no longer tormented by unclean spirits, the amazement of friends as their crippled companion walks for the first time. The air is thick with gratitude and awe, the light of torches illuminating faces transformed by hope. This evening in Capernaum reminds us that Jesus is still the same today. Whatever burdens we carry, illness, pain, fear, or despair, he invites us to bring them to him. Just as he welcomed the crowd outside Peter's house, he welcomes us, offering healing, peace, and the promise of new life. Will you bring your needs to him and trust in his compassion? This story is more than a historical account. It is a call to experience the life-changing power of Jesus in your own life. The morning air on the Sea of Galilee was cool and calm, a faint mist lingering over the water. Peter, James, and John were pulling their nets back into their boats, their faces weary and lined with frustration. They had been fishing all night, a time when fish were more likely to come near the surface, and yet their nets were empty. The night's efforts had yielded nothing but aching muscles and a heavy sense of disappointment. As Peter secured his nets and prepared to head back to shore, he glanced over at the growing crowd on the shoreline. A man stood at the center of it, Jesus of Nazareth, the teacher and healer, whose words seemed to pierce the hearts of everyone who heard him. The crowd pressed closer, eager to listen, their murmurs carrying over the still water. Peter sighed, weary but curious. As he guided his boat toward the shore, Jesus turned and stepped into Peter's boat without hesitation. "Put out a little from the shore," Jesus said. Though tired, Peter nodded and pushed the boat out a few feet, anchoring it in shallow water. Jesus sat down and began teaching the crowd from the boat. His voice carried over the water, clear and filled with authority, speaking truths about the kingdom of God. Peter listened as he worked on his nets, trying to shake the frustration of the long, fruitless night. When Jesus finished teaching, he turned to Peter. "Put out into deep water," he said, "and let down the nets for a catch." Peter froze, a mixture of skepticism and weariness flickering across his face. "Master," he replied, We've worked hard all night and haven't caught anything." His tone carried the exhaustion of a fisherman who knew the waters intimately. Fishing during the heat of the day was pointless. The fish would be deep below the surface, out of reach. But something about Jesus' presence, about his authority, softened Peter's doubt. He sighed and said, "But because you say so, I will let down the nets." With practiced efficiency, Peter and his crew pushed the boat back into the deeper waters. The oars sliced through the calm surface, ripples spreading outward in perfect circles. When they reached the deep, Peter cast the nets over the side, the sound of the weight splashing into the water breaking the silence. For a moment, nothing happened. The sea was as still as it had been all night. Peter's thoughts swirled. Was this all just another exercise in futility? But then, suddenly, the ropes of the nets jerked violently. Peter's heart leapt as he and his crew strained against the weight pulling the nets downward. The nets were full, so full that they began to tear under the sheer force of the catch. "James! John!" Peter shouted, his voice echoing across the water. "Come and help us!" The second boat hurried over, and together the two crews hauled in the catch. Fish spilled over the sides of the boats, their scales shimmering in the sunlight. The boats, now heavy with the weight of the fish, began to sink lower in the water. The men worked frantically, their laughter mingling with shouts of astonishment. Peter stared at the catch, overwhelmed. This was no ordinary haul. This was a miracle. His eyes shifted from the fish to Jesus, who sat calmly in the boat, watching the scene with a quiet, knowing expression. Peter fell to his knees before Jesus, his voice trembling. "Go away from me, Lord," he said, "for I am a sinful man." Peter's words weren't out of rejection, but out of awe and humility. In that moment, he realized he was standing in the presence of someone far greater than he had imagined. This was no ordinary teacher. This was the Holy One, the Messiah, and Peter felt unworthy to be near him. Jesus, however, didn't recoil or rebuke him. Instead, he looked at Peter with compassion and said, "Don't be afraid. From now on, you will fish for people." When they returned to shore, Peter, James, and John left everything, the boats, the nets, even the miraculous catch, and followed Jesus. Their lives were forever changed, their new mission not to fish for sustenance, but to share the message of the kingdom with others. This miraculous catch of fish was more than an extraordinary moment for the fishermen. It was a powerful symbol of what Jesus was calling them to do. The overwhelming abundance of fish mirrored the spiritual harvest that awaited them as they cast the net of the gospel into the world. For us, this story is rich with lessons. First, it shows the power of obedience. Peter's decision to let down the nets, even when it made no sense, opened the door for a miracle. How often do we hesitate to follow God's instructions because they defy our logic or experience? Peter's example challenges us to trust God, even when we don't fully understand his plans. Second, the story highlights Jesus' ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. A mundane fishing trip became a divine encounter, and Peter's life was forever changed. It reminds us that God can use even the simplest aspects of our lives to reveal his power and purpose. Finally, the story is an invitation to humility. Peter's reaction, falling to his knees and confessing his sinfulness, reflects the posture of a heart that recognizes the greatness of God. Jesus didn't reject Peter's confession. Instead, he called him into a greater purpose. Imagine yourself in that boat, your hands burning from the strain of hauling in the nets, your heart racing as you realize what is happening. Imagine looking at Jesus and feeling the weight of his presence, The overwhelming realization that he sees not only your work, but your heart. The miraculous catch of fish reminds us that Jesus meets us where we are, whether in a boat on the sea, at work, or in the quiet corners of our lives, and calls us to something greater. He invites us to trust him, to follow him, and to take part in the extraordinary work of his kingdom. Are you ready to let down your nets and see what he will do? The hillsides of Galilee were alive with murmurs of hope and awe. Jesus, fresh from delivering the Sermon on the Mount, walked down from the heights, surrounded by a crowd hanging on his every word. The air was thick with anticipation, for this was no ordinary teacher. His words carried power, and his deeds, miracles that defied explanation, were spreading like wildfire through the region. As Jesus moved through the crowd, teaching and healing, a figure appeared on the edge of the gathering. Heads turned as gasps rippled through the assembly. It was a leper. In that time, leprosy was not just a disease, it was a living death. Those afflicted were cast out of society, forced to live in isolation, and made to shout, "Unclean, unclean," whenever they approached others. Their skin bore the marks of the disease, sores, discoloration, and decay, but the wounds of the heart were just as severe: loneliness, rejection, and the loss of all dignity. The man approached cautiously at first, his tattered garments billowing in the breeze. The crowd recoiled, some covering their mouths and others stepping back in fear. "A leper," someone whispered. Mothers pulled their children closer, and men turned their backs, avoiding the sight. The invisible walls of rejection that had followed this man for years were now on full display. But the leper didn't stop. His eyes, desperate and filled with both fear and hope, were fixed on Jesus. He had heard the stories, the blind receiving sight, the lame walking, and the sick healed with a word. Maybe, just maybe, this man called Jesus could do what no one else could. Falling to his knees, the leper lowered his face to the ground. His voice, trembling yet resolute, rose above the murmurs of the crowd. "Lord, if you are willing, you can make me clean." The simplicity of his words carried a profound weight. He didn't demand healing. He didn't even ask. He acknowledged Jesus' authority with a humble plea, trusting in his power, but leaving the choice to him. "If you are willing," he said, surrendering his hope entirely to Jesus. For a moment the world seemed to hold its breath. The crowd froze, waiting to see how Jesus would respond. Would he recoil in horror like everyone else? Would he turn the man away with a word of dismissal? But Jesus did neither. Instead, he stepped forward. The crowd gasped as Jesus extended his hand toward the man. Touching a leper was unthinkable, a violation of every societal and religious norm. It wasn't just risky, it was forbidden. But Jesus wasn't bound by fear or convention. His hand reached out, bridging the chasm of rejection and despair. "I am willing," Jesus said, his voice gentle but firm. "Be clean." The moment his hand touched the man, something miraculous happened. The leper's skin, once marred by disease, began to change. The sores vanished, replaced by smooth, healthy skin. The discoloration faded, and the decay was gone. Strength returned to the man's body, his hands no longer trembling but whole. The man looked down at his hands, then touched his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. He was healed, not just physically but emotionally, spiritually and socially. In that single act of compassion, Jesus had restored more than his body. He had restored his humanity. The crowd, stunned into silence, watched as the man rose to his feet. Gratitude and joy radiated from his face, and he fell to his knees again, overwhelmed by what had just happened. But Jesus, always focused on the deeper purpose, gave him a clear instruction. See that you don't tell anyone, but go, show yourself to the priest, and offer the gift Moses commanded as a testimony to them." Jesus wasn't interested in fame or spectacle. He directed the man to follow the law of Moses, which required a healed leper to be examined by a priest and offer sacrifices as proof of his cleansing. It was a way to fully restore the man's place in the community and affirm his healing as an act of God. Yet the man, unable to contain his joy, began to spread the news far and wide. "Jesus healed me," he exclaimed to anyone who would listen. The story spread like wildfire, and soon crowds flocked to Jesus in even greater numbers seeking healing and hope. This miracle holds profound lessons for us today. First, it reveals the compassionate heart of Jesus. He didn't just heal the leper from a distance, he touched him, breaking through the barriers of fear, rejection, and societal norms. In doing so, Jesus demonstrated that no one is too unclean, too broken, or too far gone to be touched by his grace. Second, the leper's approach to Jesus is a model of faith and humility. He didn't come with demands or entitlement. He came with a simple yet profound trust in Jesus' power and willingness. His words, "If you are willing, you can make me clean," reflect a heart surrendered to God's will, a posture we can emulate in our own prayers. Finally, the healing of the leper reminds us that Jesus came to restore every aspect of our lives. His touch didn't just heal the man's body, it restored his place in the community, his dignity, and his identity as a beloved child of God. Imagine being in the crowd that day, watching as Jesus reached out to touch the untouchable. Imagine the shock, the awe, and the undeniable realization that you were witnessing the power of God breaking into the world. Now imagine being the leper, feeling the warmth of Jesus' hand on your skin, the disease vanishing in an instant, and hope flooding your heart for the first time in years. The cleansing of the leper is a reminder that Jesus still reaches out to touch us in our brokenness, our shame, and our isolation. Whatever barriers we feel, whether sickness, sin, or rejection, he is willing to break through them with his love. He sees us, he hears our cries, and he says to each of us, "I am willing. Be clean." Let this story challenge and encourage you. Are there areas of your life where you feel untouchable, unworthy, or beyond hope? Bring them to Jesus. Like the leper, come to him with faith, trusting that he is both willing and able to make you whole. The house was packed, every corner was filled, every window jammed with eager faces, and the doorway overflowed with people craning their necks to catch a glimpse of Jesus. Word had spread quickly. Jesus was back in Capernaum, and he was teaching in a home. The room was alive with the murmur of anticipation and awe, as those who had seen his miracles before whispered their stories to newcomers. Everyone wanted to see what he would do next. Outside the house, 4 men struggled under the weight of a makeshift stretcher. Their friend lay paralyzed on the mat, his body limp, his eyes weary. He had been confined to this mat for as long as they could remember, unable to walk, move, or live fully. Yet today, hope burned in their hearts. They had heard of Jesus, this teacher and healer who restored sight to the blind, cleansed lepers, and drove out demons with a word. If anyone could help their friend, it was him. As they approached the house, their excitement turned to dismay. The crowd spilled out into the street, and it was clear there was no way to get inside. People were pressing shoulder to shoulder, hanging on every word of Jesus' teaching. "We'll never get through," one of the men muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. But the others weren't ready to give up. "If we can't get through the crowd," one of them said, determination lighting his face, We'll go above it. The plan was daring. They carried their friend up the narrow staircase that led to the flat rooftop, their hearts pounding with urgency. The roof was made of wooden beams covered with hardened clay and packed mud, a sturdy structure meant to last through storms and time. But today, it would need to yield. The men set down their friend and began to dig. Hands clawed at the clay and mud, pulling it away bit by bit. Dust and debris fell into the room below, drawing the attention of those inside. People looked up, startled, as sunlight pierced through the ceiling. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd as the hole grew larger. "What's going on?" someone exclaimed, shielding their eyes from the falling debris. Then a stretcher appeared, carefully lowered through the opening by ropes held in the hands of the determined friends above. The crowd parted as the stretcher descended, lowering the paralyzed man directly in front of Jesus. The room fell silent. All eyes were on Jesus, who stood calmly, his gaze fixed on the man before him. The faith of the friends was undeniable. They had gone to extraordinary lengths, driven by their belief that Jesus could heal their friend. Jesus looked down at the man, then up at the faces peering through the hole in the roof. His expression softened, filled with compassion and approval. When Jesus saw their faith, the Gospel says, he said to the paralyzed man, "Son, your sins are forgiven." The words were unexpected. The crowd had anticipated a dramatic healing, a command to rise and walk. But Jesus began with forgiveness. He looked beyond the man's physical condition and addressed his deeper need, the healing of his soul. The religious leaders in the room stiffened. Whispers spread among them, their skepticism evident. "Why does this fellow talk like that?" they muttered. "He's blaspheming. Who can forgive sins but God alone?" Jesus, knowing their thoughts, turned to them. His voice carried both authority and challenge. "Why are you thinking these things? Which is easier, to say to this paralyzed man, 'Your sins are forgiven,' or to say, 'Get up, take your mat and walk'?" The tension in the room was palpable. The scribes and Pharisees exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of how to respond. Then Jesus continued, his voice steady and filled with divine authority. "But I want you to know that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins." He turned back to the paralyzed man, the crowd holding its collective breath. "I tell you, get up, take your mat, and go home." In that moment, something extraordinary happened. Strength surged into the man's limbs, his muscles straightened, and his body came alive. He sat up, then stood, his legs steady beneath him for the first time in years. The crowd erupted in gasps and cries of amazement as the man picked up his mat, holding it firmly under his arm. He turned to look at Jesus, his eyes brimming with gratitude, and then began to make his way through the stunned crowd. Each step was a miracle, each movement a testimony to the power of Jesus. The people parted to let him through, their voices rising in awe and praise. "We have never seen anything like this," they exclaimed. The man's friends, still on the roof, broke into cheers, their faith rewarded in a way they could never have imagined. They had come seeking physical healing for their friend, but Jesus had given far more: restoration of body and soul, a visible sign of his authority as the Son of God. This miracle is rich with lessons for us today. First, it highlights the power of faith. The paralyzed man's friends refused to let obstacles stand in their way. Their determination and trust in Jesus moved them to action, and their faith became the vehicle for a miracle. How often do we stop short of seeking God's help because the path seems difficult? This story challenges us to persist in faith, trusting that Jesus will meet us in our need. Second, the miracle underscores Jesus' authority to forgive sins. By addressing the man's spiritual condition first, Jesus revealed that our greatest need is not physical healing, but reconciliation with God. His authority to forgive sins was a declaration of his divinity, a truth that challenged the religious leaders and left the crowd in awe. Finally, this story reminds us that Jesus sees the whole person. The paralyzed man came seeking physical restoration, but Jesus offered holistic healing, body, mind, and spirit. He doesn't just address symptoms, he transforms lives. Imagine being in that house, witnessing the dust falling from the ceiling, the man being lowered before Jesus, and the dramatic moment when he rose to his feet. Imagine the joy, the awe, the realization that you were standing in the presence of someone who had the power to heal not just bodies, but hearts and souls. The healing of the paralytic invites us to bring our own needs, fears, and doubts to Jesus, trusting that he sees us fully and knows exactly what we need. It challenges us to act in faith, to persist even when the way seems impossible, and to believe that Jesus is able to do far more than we can imagine. Will you, like the paralyzed man and his friends, bring your burdens to him and trust in his power to heal and restore? The pool of Bethesda was a place of longing and desperation. Located near one of the gates of Jerusalem, it was surrounded by 5 covered colonnades, where the sick, the blind, the lame, and the paralyzed gathered, waiting for a miracle. Legend had it that from time to time, an angel would stir the waters, and the first person to step into the pool afterward would be healed. For many, it was their last hope, a place where suffering lingered and hope flickered like a faint candle in the wind. Among the crowd that day was a man who'd been paralyzed for 38 long years. His body was frail, his movements limited to shifting uncomfortably on his mat. He had spent years in this place, surrounded by others like him, all hoping to be the one who could step into the water when it moved. But for him, it always felt out of reach. Every time the waters stirred, others, stronger and faster, stepped in before him. Year after year, he watched hope slip through his fingers. On this particular day, the air was thick with heat, and the voices of the sick and weary echoed under the colonnades. The man sat quietly, his gaze distant, when a figure approached. It was Jesus, but the man didn't know who he was. Jesus looked at him, not with pity, but with a gaze that seemed to see straight into his soul. "You want to get well?" Jesus asked. The question seemed almost unnecessary, even cruel to those who overheard it. Of course, he wanted to get well. Why else would he spend every day of his life at the edge of the pool, watching and waiting? Yet the man didn't respond with frustration or anger. Instead, he spoke from a place of deep resignation. "Sir, I have no one to help me into the pool when the water is stirred. While I'm trying to get in, someone else goes down ahead of me." His words carried years of disappointment and loneliness. He wasn't just paralyzed physically, his spirit was weighed down by the burden of feeling unseen, unsupported, and left behind. For 38 years, he had lived in the shadow of missed opportunities and unfulfilled dreams. But Jesus didn't need the pool. He didn't need stirring waters or superstition. His power transcended all of that. He looked at the man with authority and compassion and said, "Get up, pick up your mat, and walk." The words hung in the air, heavy with promise and power. The man felt something stir within him, a warmth, a strength, a life he hadn't known in decades. Without hesitation, he obeyed. He shifted his weight, and for the first time in 38 years, his legs responded. Strength flooded into his muscles, and he stood. The mat that had been his prison for nearly 4 decades was now a symbol of his freedom. He bent down, picked it up, and began to walk, his steps steady and sure. The people around him gasped in astonishment. They had seen this man every day for years, confined to his mat, and now here he was, walking through the colonnades as though he had never been paralyzed. The man's joy was palpable, but his story didn't end there. As he made his way through the city, carrying his mat, he encountered some of the Jewish leaders. Instead of celebrating his miraculous healing, they confronted him. "It is the Sabbath," they said. "The law forbids you to carry your mat." Their words were cold, focused on rules rather than the miracle before them. The man, still marveling at his newfound strength, replied, "The man who made me well said to me, 'Pick up your mat and walk.'" "Who is this man who told you to do that?" They demanded. The man, still unsure of who Jesus was, couldn't answer. Jesus had slipped away into the crowd. Later, Jesus found the man in the temple. This time their encounter was quieter, more personal. Jesus said to him, "See, you are well again. Stop sinning, or something worse may happen to you." It wasn't a rebuke, but a reminder. Jesus had healed his body, but he cared even more about the man's soul. Physical healing was temporary, but spiritual renewal was eternal. The man, now recognizing who Jesus was, went and told the Jewish leaders that it was Jesus who had healed him. This miracle is layered with profound truths. First, it reveals Jesus' compassion. The man at Bethesda didn't cry out to Jesus or demonstrate remarkable faith. Jesus sought him out, offering healing without being asked. This reminds us that God's grace is not earned, it is freely given, even when we feel unworthy. Second, the story highlights the limitations of human hope. For 38 years, the man had placed his faith in the pool, waiting for a chance that never came. But when Jesus spoke, healing came instantly. It challenges us to examine where we place our trust. Do we rely on our own efforts or external circumstances, or do we look to the one who has true power to heal and restore? Finally, this miracle emphasizes the connection between physical healing and spiritual transformation. Jesus cared about the man's wholeness, not just his ability to walk. His command to stop sinning was a call to a deeper, more lasting freedom, a life aligned with God's will. Imagine being at the pool of Bethesda that day. You see the man, one of the many who had been there for years, suddenly standing, walking, carrying the mat that once defined his existence. Imagine the murmurs of the crowd, the awe and the wonder. But most of all, imagine the look in Jesus' eyes as he spoke to the man, not just words of healing, but words of life. This story challenges us to reflect on our own lives. Are there areas where we feel paralyzed, trapped by circumstances or past failures? Do we, like the man at Bethesda, find ourselves waiting for a solution that seems always out of reach? Jesus' words to the man are his words to us. Get up, pick up your mat, and walk. The healing at Bethesda reminds us that Jesus meets us in our waiting, our disappointment, and our pain. He doesn't just offer temporary relief, he offers wholeness, renewal, and a life transformed by his grace. Will you trust him to heal the places where you feel paralyzed and take the first steps toward the freedom he offers? It was the Sabbath, and the synagogue was filled with worshippers gathered to listen to the teaching of the Scriptures. The hum of quiet conversation filled the air as men and women settled into their places. The usual rhythm of the Sabbath service brought comfort and routine, but today there was an undercurrent of tension. Jesus was present, and so were the Pharisees, their eyes sharp and watchful. They weren't there to learn or worship. They were there to trap him. Among the crowd was a man whose hand was withered, shriveled, and useless. It was a condition that likely marked him with shame in a society where physical ability was tied to worth. His inability to work with both hands may have limited his opportunities, making him dependent on the kindness of others. His hand was a visible reminder of brokenness, a constant source of frustration and isolation. Yet, here he was, drawn to the synagogue, perhaps by the hope of hearing words that might soothe his weary soul. The Pharisees had already made up their minds about Jesus. They saw him as a threat to their authority, a disruptor of their tightly held traditions. They knew of his miracles, and they suspected that he might act today. For them, the man with the withered hand wasn't a person in need. He was bait in a trap. They whispered among themselves, watching Jesus closely, waiting for him to make a move that would violate their interpretation of the Sabbath law. Jesus, aware of their intentions, stepped forward to teach. The room quieted, the air thick with anticipation. Then his gaze shifted to the man with the withered hand. Their eyes met, and in that moment, the man saw something he hadn't seen in a long time: compassion and recognition. Jesus turned to the Pharisees, his voice calm but piercing. "Which is lawful on the Sabbath?" he asked. "To do good or to do evil? To save life or to destroy it?" His question hung in the air, cutting through the tension. The Pharisees were silent, their faces hard. They knew the law, but they also knew that their answer would expose their hypocrisy. Without waiting for a response, Jesus turned back to the man. "Stand up in front of everyone," he said. The man hesitated, his heart pounding. To stand in the middle of the synagogue, with all eyes on him, was no small thing. But there was something in Jesus' voice, a kindness, an authority, that gave him courage. He rose and stepped forward, his withered hand limp at his side. The room was silent, the tension almost unbearable. The Pharisees leaned forward, their eyes narrowing as they waited for Jesus to act. They weren't thinking about the man's suffering, they were focused only on their rules. Jesus, standing beside the man, looked around the room. His gaze swept across the faces of the Pharisees, his eyes filled with both sorrow and righteous anger. He saw their hardened hearts, their unwillingness to see the man as a person in need. "If any of you has a sheep, and it falls into a pit on the Sabbath," he said, "will you not take hold of it and lift it out? How much more valuable is a person than a sheep? Therefore, it is lawful to do good on the Sabbath." Then, turning back to the man, Jesus spoke gently but firmly. "Stretch out your hand." The man's breath caught. For years, his hand had been useless, a source of shame and frustration. Stretch it out. He had tried countless times before, to no avail. Yet something about Jesus' voice compelled him to obey. Slowly, he began to move. As he stretched out his hand, something miraculous happened. Strength surged through his arm, and his withered hand began to straighten. The skin, once tight and lifeless, became smooth and supple. His fingers uncurled, and his hand was fully restored, whole and strong. The crowd erupted in gasps and murmurs, their astonishment palpable. The man stared at his hand, flexing his fingers in disbelief. Tears filled his eyes as he realized what had just happened. He looked at Jesus, his gratitude too deep for words, and nodded in silent thanks. But the Pharisees, instead of rejoicing, were furious. Their plan to trap Jesus had backfired, and now their anger burned hotter than ever. They left the synagogue, their whispers turning into schemes. "We must stop him," they said. "This cannot continue." Jesus, unfazed by their plotting, remained calm. For him, this wasn't about rules or proving a point. It was about compassion, restoration, and revealing the heart of God. The Sabbath, he knew, was not a burden, but a gift, a day for healing and doing good. By healing the man with the withered hand, Jesus demonstrated that the spirit of the law was far greater than the letter of the law. This miracle carries profound lessons for us today. First, it reveals the heart of Jesus. He sees beyond our limitations, beyond the labels and judgments of others, and reaches into our brokenness with compassion and power. He isn't deterred by societal rules or expectations. He's moved by love. Second, this story challenges us to examine our own hearts. Are there moments when we prioritize rules, traditions, or appearances over the well-being of others? The Pharisees missed the miracle because they were consumed by their desire to control. Jesus calls us to look beyond ourselves and see the value in every person. Finally, this miracle reminds us of the power of obedience. The man with the withered hand could have hesitated, doubted, or refused to act. But when Jesus said, "Stretch out your hand," he obeyed, and his obedience became the gateway to his healing. Imagine being in the synagogue that day. You watch as the man steps forward, his hand limp and lifeless. You hear Jesus' words and feel the tension in the room. Then, before your eyes, his hand is restored, whole and strong. The joy on his face is undeniable, and for a moment the weight of the world seems to lift. This story is a reminder that Jesus is still in the business of restoration. Whatever is withered in your life, whether it's a relationship, a dream, or your faith, he invites you to stretch it out, to trust him, and to let his healing power bring it back to life. The man with the withered hand walked away from the synagogue that day with more than a healed body. He walked away with the knowledge that he was seen, valued, and loved by the one who made him whole. The small village of Nain was quiet that day, its narrow streets lined with modest homes and olive trees swaying gently in the breeze. But the tranquility was shattered by the sound of wailing and mourning. A funeral procession wound its way out of the village gates. A crowd of mourners walking somberly behind a bier carrying the lifeless body of a young man. At the front of the procession was his mother, a widow whose grief was almost unbearable. This wasn't just the loss of a son. It was the loss of her last remaining family. Her husband had died long ago, and now her only child, her protector, her provider, her hope, was gone. Her heart ached with a pain so deep it felt like the very air around her was heavy with despair. In that time and culture, a widow with no son faced not only profound loneliness, but also a precarious future. She was left vulnerable, without security, without support, and with little hope. As the procession approached the gates of the town, another group came into view. It was Jesus, accompanied by his disciples and a crowd of followers. They had just come from Capernaum, where Jesus had healed the centurion servant. The atmosphere among them was one of awe and expectation, for they had witnessed his miracles and heard his teachings. When Jesus saw the funeral procession, he stopped. His gaze fell on the widow, and in that moment he felt her grief as though it were his own. The Gospel says, his heart went out to her. Luke 7:13. This wasn't just sympathy, it was deep, gut-wrenching compassion. He didn't wait for her to call out to him or plead for help. Her silent sorrow was enough. "Don't cry," Jesus said gently, his voice filled with tenderness. The mourners stopped, their cries fading into stunned silence. Who was this man? And why was he addressing the widow with such audacity? How could he possibly ease her sorrow? Jesus stepped forward and approached the bier. The pallbearers froze as he reached out and touched it. This was a bold act, Touching the bier of a dead body was considered ceremonially unclean. But Jesus was not bound by fear of contamination. His touch wasn't defiled by death. It carried the power of life. "Young man," Jesus said, his voice firm yet compassionate, "I say to you, get up." The crowd held its breath, the weight of the moment pressing down on everyone present. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the lifeless body stirred. The young man sat up, his eyes blinking against the sunlight. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd as he began to speak, his voice strong and clear. The pallbearers, wide-eyed and trembling, set the bier down as the young man swung his legs over the side. He looked around, confusion giving way to understanding as his gaze landed on Jesus. But Jesus' focus wasn't on the astonished crowd or even on the young man's miraculous return to life. He turned to the widow, her tear-streaked face frozen in disbelief. Gently, he helped her son to his feet and presented him to her. It wasn't just a reunion, it was the restoration of her hope, her security, her family, and her future. The crowd erupted in awe and praise. Some fell to their knees, others shouted, "A great prophet has appeared among us," and still others declared, "God has come to help his people." News of the miracles spread like wildfire, traveling far beyond Nain and reaching towns and villages throughout Judea. This miracle, recorded only in Luke's Gospel, is a powerful testament to Jesus' compassion and authority over life and death. It reveals several profound truths. First, it shows Jesus' ability to meet us in our deepest sorrow. The widow didn't seek him out, she didn't ask for a miracle. Jesus acted out of his own initiative, moved by compassion. This reminds us that God sees our pain, even when we feel invisible, and he moves toward us with love and care. Second, the miracle highlights Jesus' authority over death. By raising the young man, he demonstrated his divine power to restore life. This act foreshadowed his own resurrection and the ultimate victory over death he would secure for all who believe in him. Finally, it reflects Jesus' mission to bring hope and restoration. In restoring the widow's son, he restored her life, her dignity, and her future. It was a glimpse of the kingdom of God, a place where death and sorrow are defeated, and life and joy reign forever. Imagine standing in that crowd, watching as the lifeless body is transformed before your eyes. The cries of mourning give way to gasps of amazement, and the young man begins to speak, his voice breaking the silence like the dawn breaking through the night. Imagine the widow's face as she embraces her son, her tears of grief replaced by tears of joy. This story challenges us to trust in Jesus' power and compassion. Whatever feels lifeless in our own lives, whether it's a dream, a relationship, or our faith, Jesus has the power to restore it. He sees our pain, and he moves toward us with the same compassion he showed the widow. It also invites us to respond with gratitude and faith. The crowd's reaction, praising God and recognizing his presence among them, reminds us that miracles are not just about the moment of healing. They're about pointing us to the one who is the source of all life and hope. The raising of the widow's son at Nain is a reminder that Jesus is the Lord of life. In him, there is no sorrow too deep, no loss too great, and no situation too far gone for his power to transform. Let this story inspire you to bring your own grief and brokenness to him, trusting that he can turn mourning into joy and death into life. The streets of Capernaum were bustling with activity, a lively hum of voices filling the air as merchants called out their wares and children darted between stalls. Among the crowd, a Roman centurion moved with purpose, his face a mix of determination and worry. Though he was a man of rank and authority, commanding 100 soldiers and representing the occupying power of Rome, his heart was heavy with concern for someone under his care. The centurion's servant, a young man who had served him faithfully, lay gravely ill, paralyzed and racked with pain. Despite his wealth and influence, the centurion had been powerless to help. Physicians had failed, remedies had proven useless, and now the servant's life hung by a thread. But the centurion had heard about Jesus, the Jewish teacher and healer whose words carried authority and whose miracles defied explanation. Though the centurion was not Jewish, something stirred in his heart, a flicker of hope that maybe this man could save his servant. The centurion approached a group of Jewish elders in the town. Though he was a Roman officer, he had earned the respect of the local community through his kindness and generosity. He had even funded the construction of the synagogue, a rare gesture of goodwill from an occupying soldier. Now he humbly asked the elders to approach Jesus on his behalf. The elders found Jesus and pleaded earnestly. "This man deserves to have you do this," they said, "because he loves our nation and has built our synagogue." Jesus listened and agreed to go. Together they set out toward the centurion's home, the crowd growing as word spread. Along the way, the centurion sent messengers to intercept Jesus, carrying a message that revealed the depth of his faith and humility. "Lord, don't trouble yourself, for I do not deserve to have you come under my roof," the message began. "That is why I did not even consider myself worthy to come to you. But say the word, and my servant will be healed." The messengers continued, their voices steady but filled with awe at the centurion's words. "For I myself am a man under authority, with soldiers under me. I tell this one, 'Go,' and he goes, and that one, 'Come,' and he comes. I say to my servant, 'Do this,' and he does it." When Jesus heard this, he stopped in his tracks. Turning to the crowd that had followed him, he said, "I tell you, I have not found such great faith even in Israel." The people were stunned. This was high praise, especially for a Roman centurion, a Gentile, and a representative of the occupying force. Yet Jesus wasn't impressed by the man's rank or accomplishments. He was moved by his faith, a faith that recognized Jesus' authority even from a distance. Without needing to go any farther, Jesus spoke the words that carried divine power. "Go. Let it be done, just as you believed it would." Back at the centurion's home, the servant who had been on the brink of death suddenly stirred. The pain that had gripped his body vanished, and he sat up, his strength restored. The household, which had been heavy with despair, erupted in joy and amazement. Servants and family members rushed to the centurion, their voices overlapping as they described the miraculous recovery. The centurion stood in silence for a moment, his heart swelling with gratitude and awe. Though he hadn't seen Jesus in person, he had witnessed his power, a power that transcended distance and defied explanation. He knew without a doubt that his servant's healing was a direct result of Jesus' word. This miracle, recorded in both Matthew and Luke, is rich with significance and lessons for us today. First, it highlights the nature of true faith. The centurion didn't need physical proximity or elaborate rituals to believe in Jesus' power. He understood authority, how a command, when given by the right person, could enact change regardless of distance. His faith wasn't limited by what he could see or touch. It was rooted in a deep understanding of who Jesus was. Second, the centurion's humility stands as a powerful example. Despite his rank and status, he approached Jesus with profound reverence, acknowledging his unworthiness. His words, "Lord, I do not deserve to have you come under my roof," reveal a heart that recognizes the greatness of Jesus and approaches him with both confidence and humility. Third, This miracle demonstrates the boundless reach of Jesus' power. By healing the servant without ever stepping into the centurion's home, Jesus showed that his authority is not confined by physical limits. Whether near or far, his word carries the power to heal and restore. Imagine being in the crowd that day, hearing Jesus praise the centurion's faith. The weight of those words, "I have not found such great faith even in Israel," would have lingered in the air, challenging everyone present to examine their own beliefs. Now picture the centurion returning home, his steps lighter, his heart full as he sees his servant standing and well. The joy in that moment would have been indescribable, a testament to the goodness and authority of Jesus. This story challenges us to consider the strength and nature of our own faith. Do we trust Jesus' authority and power, even when we don't see immediate evidence of his work? Are we willing to approach him with the same humility and confidence as the centurion, believing that his word is enough? Finally, the healing of the centurion's servant reminds us that Jesus' power is not bound by distance or circumstance. Whatever burden we carry, whether near or far, he sees us, hears us, and has the authority to intervene. His response to the centurion's faith invites us to trust him fully, knowing that his word is powerful, his authority is absolute, and his compassion knows no bounds. The centurion returned to his household that day not just with a healed servant, but with a deeper understanding of who Jesus was. And so can we, if we choose to believe that he is still able to work miracles in our lives. The day had been long, filled with teaching and miracles. Jesus and his disciples were exhausted as they climbed into a small fishing boat on the shores of the Sea of Galilee. The water sparkled in the fading sunlight, its gentle waves lapping against the sides of the boat. Jesus, weary from the constant demands of the crowds, told his disciples, "Let us go over to the other side." The disciples, many of them seasoned fishermen, began to row. Their movements were steady and sure, the rhythm of the oars matching the gentle rocking of the boat. The air was calm, and a faint breeze whispered across the water. Jesus, finding a spot at the stern of the boat, lay down on a cushion and fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. At first, the journey was uneventful. The disciples spoke quietly among themselves, their voices blending with the sound of the oars dipping into the water. The horizon stretched wide, the sky a deepening shade of orange as dusk gave way to night. But then, almost without warning, the wind began to pick up. A chill spread through the air, and the gentle waves grew taller, their peaks frothing white. The boat creaked and groaned as the water slapped against its sides. The disciples exchanged uneasy glances, their hands tightening on the oars. Within moments, the Sea of Galilee transformed into a cauldron of chaos. A violent storm swept across the water, the wind howling like a living thing. Waves crashed over the sides of the boat, drenching the disciples and flooding the deck. The small vessel lurched and tilted, threatening to capsize with each swell. The disciples, though experienced sailors, were gripped by fear. They shouted orders to one another, their voices barely audible above the roar of the wind. Buckets were grabbed in a frantic attempt to bail out the water, but the storm was relentless. The darkness of the night was pierced only by flashes of lightning, illuminating the terror on their faces. And there, in the midst of the chaos, Jesus slept. The disciples couldn't believe it. How could he sleep through this? The boat was moments away from being swallowed by the sea, and yet he lay there, undisturbed, as though the storm didn't exist. Finally, one of them, perhaps Peter, known for his boldness, shouted over the roar of the storm, "Teacher, don't you care if we drown?" The desperation in their voices was palpable. To them, it seemed as though Jesus' calmness was indifference. How could he remain unmoved when their lives were hanging by a thread? Jesus stirred, his eyes opened, and he sat up, taking in the scene around him, the panicked faces of his disciples, the crashing waves, the lurching boat. He stood, steady, despite the violent motion of the deck beneath his feet. Then, with a voice that carried both authority and peace, he spoke. "Quiet. Be still." The words seemed to cut through the storm like a blade. In an instant, the wind ceased. The waves calmed, their towering peaks flattening into a glassy stillness. The sea, moments ago a force of chaos and destruction, was now as tranquil as a mirror. The silence that followed was almost deafening. The disciples stood frozen, their breaths coming in gasps, their clothes soaked and clinging to their bodies. They stared at Jesus, their eyes wide with awe and disbelief. "Why are you so afraid?" Jesus asked, his voice steady and gentle. "Do you still have no faith?" The question hung in the air, challenging them to look beyond their fear and recognize who was in the boat with them. They whispered among themselves, their voices hushed. "Who is this? Even the wind and the waves obey him." In that moment, the disciples began to grasp the magnitude of Jesus' power. This was no ordinary teacher or prophet. This was someone who commanded creation itself, whose words held authority over the forces of nature. This miracle is one of the most dramatic displays of Jesus' divinity. It reminds us that he is not only the Savior of souls, but also the Lord of creation. The storm that terrified the disciples was no match for his authority. First, this story speaks to the reality of fear. The disciples, despite being seasoned fishermen, were overwhelmed by the storm. They panicked, forgetting everything they had seen and learned from Jesus up to that point. How often do we, too, let fear overshadow our faith when we face life's storms? Second, it highlights Jesus' care for his people. Though the disciples questioned whether he cared, his actions spoke louder than words. He calmed the storm, not just to demonstrate his power, but to show his love and concern for them. Finally, the miracle challenges us to trust. Jesus' question, "Do you still have no faith?" is one he asks us as well. Do we trust him when the waves of life threaten to overwhelm us? Do we believe that he is present and in control, even when he seems silent? Imagine yourself in that boat. The storm is raging, the wind howling in your ears, the water rising around your feet. Your heart pounds as the boat pitches wildly, and you feel utterly helpless. Then, in the midst of the chaos, Jesus speaks. His words are calm, yet they carry the weight of heaven. "Quiet, be still." The transformation is immediate. The wind fades to a whisper, the waves dissolve into gentle ripples, and the boat stabilizes. You look at Jesus, standing there with calm assurance, and you realize you are in the presence of someone who is not only powerful but also deeply caring. The calming of the storm is more than a display of power. It's a reminder that Jesus is with us in the boat. Life will have storms, unexpected crises, overwhelming fears, and moments when we feel like we're sinking. But in those moments, Jesus invites us to trust him. His presence is our peace, his word our anchor. This story challenges us to surrender our fears to the one who commands the wind and the waves. Whatever storm you're facing, know that Jesus is in the boat with you, and when he speaks, even the forces of chaos must obey. Will you trust him to calm the storm in your life? The boat drifted onto the rocky shore of the Gadarenes, the early morning mist hanging heavy over the waters. The disciples, still shaken from the storm Jesus had calmed the night before, stepped cautiously onto the unfamiliar ground. This was Gentile territory, a land filled with customs and practices foreign to them. Yet, as uneasy as they felt, nothing could have prepared them for what awaited them on the other side. A sudden cry pierced the stillness, chilling them to the bone. From the shadows of the nearby hills came a figure, moving erratically, his wild eyes catching the faint light of dawn. He was gaunt and unkempt, his body scarred from countless self-inflicted wounds. Chains dangled from his wrists and ankles, broken reminders of failed attempts to subdue him. He lived among the tombs, isolated from society, feared by all who knew of him. This was the man possessed by a legion of demons. He ran toward Jesus with a strength and speed that made the disciples step back in fear, their hands instinctively reaching for one another. But Jesus stood firm, unmoved. The man fell to his knees before him, his voice a guttural mix of anguish and defiance. "What do you want with me, Jesus, Son of the Most High God?" he cried out, his voice echoing through the hills. "I beg you, don't torture me." The disciples exchanged shocked glances. Even the demons knew who Jesus was. His authority was undeniable, even to the forces of darkness. Jesus spoke with calm authority. "Come out of this man, you impure spirit." The man convulsed, his body writhing as the demonic presence resisted. But Jesus' authority could not be denied. "What is your name?" he asked. "Legion," the man replied, his voice distorted. "For we are many." The name revealed the depth of his torment. A legion, a term referring to a vast number of Roman soldiers, symbolized the countless demons that had taken residence within him. The demons, recognizing their defeat, began to plead with Jesus. "Don't send us out of the area," they begged. Nearby, a large herd of pigs grazed on the hillside, their snorts and movements breaking the tension of the moment. "Send us into the pigs. Allow us to go into them." Jesus gave a single word of permission. "Go." What happened next was chaos. The demons, driven out of the man, entered the herd of pigs. Immediately the animals went berserk, squealing and running wildly toward the edge of the cliff. In a frenzy, the entire herd, about 2,000 pigs, plunged into the sea and drowned. The sight was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The disciples and the herdsmen who had been tending the pigs stood frozen, their eyes wide as they watched the last ripples fade into the water. The man, who moments ago had been the embodiment of torment, now sat at Jesus' feet, clothed and in his right mind. The transformation was astounding. The herdsmen, overwhelmed by what they'd seen, ran back to the town and countryside, spreading the news. Soon, a crowd gathered at the shore, their faces a mix of curiosity, fear, and anger. They saw the man they had once avoided, the man who had terrorized their community, now calm and whole. Yet, instead of marveling at the miracle, their focus shifted to the loss of the pigs, their livelihood drowned in the sea. "Leave this region," they said to Jesus, their voices trembling with both fear and resentment. They couldn't deny the power they had witnessed, but they weren't ready to accept the disruption it brought. The man who had been healed knelt before Jesus, his gratitude overflowing. "Let me go with you," he pleaded, his voice steady and earnest. But Jesus shook his head gently. "Go home to your own people and tell them how much the Lord has done for you and how he has had mercy on you." The man nodded, understanding the weight of the task before him. As Jesus and his disciples prepared to leave, the man turned back toward the town. He was no longer the outcast living among the tombs. He was a living testimony to the power and mercy of God. This miracle, recorded in 3 Gospels, is one of the most dramatic demonstrations of Jesus' authority over the forces of darkness. It reveals several profound truths. First, it shows that Jesus' power is absolute. The demons, though numerous and destructive, could do nothing without his permission. Even the name Legion, meant to intimidate, held no sway over him. This is a reminder that no force of evil is beyond his control. Second, the story highlights Jesus' compassion. While the town feared and avoided the possessed man, Jesus saw his humanity. He didn't see a lost cause. He saw someone in desperate need of freedom. By delivering him, Jesus restored not only his mind and body, but also his dignity and place in the community. Third, this miracle challenges us to consider our response to Jesus' power. The townspeople, faced with the reality of his authority, chose fear over faith. They valued their material loss, the pigs, over the miraculous restoration of a human life. How often do we cling to comfort and security rather than embrace the transformative power of Christ? Imagine being there that day, standing on the shore as the possessed man approached. You would feel the tension in the air, the hair on your arms standing on end as his cries echoed. Then imagine the awe as Jesus, with calm and authority, drove out the demons and restored the man. The chaos of the pig stampede into the sea would only heighten the realization that you were witnessing a power beyond anything you had ever known. Now imagine being the man, freed from years of torment, sitting at the feet of the one who had given you back your life. The gratitude, the peace, the overwhelming sense of purpose, all of it would drive you to share your story with anyone who would listen. The healing of the demon-possessed man in the Gadarenes is a vivid reminder of Jesus' mission: to confront darkness, restore the broken, and reveal the mercy of God. It challenges us to trust in his power, to see his compassion at work, and to share the story of what he has done in our lives. What forces of fear or bondage weigh on your heart today? The same Jesus who calmed this man's torment speaks with authority over your struggles. Will you trust him to bring you peace, restoration, and the freedom to walk into a new life? The streets of Capernaum were packed, the noise of the crowd growing louder as word spread. Jesus was here. Everywhere he went, people flocked to him, bringing their sick, asking for miracles, or simply hoping to hear him teach. But among the crowd that day was a woman who moved quietly, her face half hidden, her steps hesitant yet purposeful. She wasn't there to draw attention. She wasn't there to make a plea. She had come with a desperate, fragile hope that this man, Jesus, could do what no one else had done. For 12 long years she had suffered. The bleeding had started one day and never stopped, draining her strength, her resources, and her spirit. She had sought help from countless doctors, endured countless treatments, and spent all her money chasing cures that never came. Instead, her condition only grew worse. Her illness didn't just cause physical pain, it brought isolation. According to Jewish law, her bleeding made her ceremonially unclean, cutting her off from the synagogue, from community, from touch. Every day was a reminder of her separation, her exclusion, her despair. Yet, despite it all, she had heard of Jesus, and now he was here. The crowd pressed in tightly around him, everyone straining to get closer. Jesus was on his way to the house of Jairus, a synagogue leader whose young daughter was dying. The urgency of the moment filled the air as the people jostled and surged forward. But the woman's heart beat wildly. This was her chance. She didn't dare approach him openly. How could she? She wasn't supposed to be there at all. If anyone recognized her, they might shun her, yell at her, drive her away. But her need was too great, her faith too strong, to let fear stop her. If I just touch his clothes, she thought, I will be healed. It was a small thought, a quiet hope, yet it carried all the faith she had left. She pushed through the crowd, her body trembling with exhaustion and determination. Every step closer to Jesus felt like a battle the press of bodies around her almost unbearable. But finally she reached him. Reaching out with trembling fingers, she touched the edge of his cloak. It was a brief, fleeting moment, her hand brushing against the hem of his garment. But in that instant, everything changed. The bleeding stopped. Her body, so weak and frail for so long, felt whole again. Strength surged through her limbs, and she knew, without a doubt, that she was healed. Her heart raced, not from fear, but from joy. She wanted to cry out, to weep, to fall to her knees in gratitude, but instead she shrank back into the crowd, overwhelmed by the miracle that had just taken place. But Jesus stopped. He turned around, his eyes scanning the crowd. "Who touched me?" he asked. The disciples, confused and almost amused, replied, "You see the people crowding against you, and yet you can ask, 'Who touched me?'" Jesus didn't respond to them. His gaze was steady, searching. "Someone touched me," he said. "I know that power has gone out from me." The crowd grew quiet, the air thick with anticipation. The woman froze, her heart pounding. She had hoped to go unnoticed, to slip away quietly with her healing, but now it was clear. Jesus knew. With trembling steps, she came forward and fell at his feet. Tears streamed down her face as she told him the whole truth, her suffering, her desperation, her act of faith. The crowd listened in silence, their eyes darting between the woman and Jesus. Jesus' face, far from showing anger or annoyance, was filled with compassion. His voice, gentle and reassuring, broke the silence. "Daughter, your faith has healed you. Go in peace and be freed from your suffering." In that moment, the woman's life changed forever. For 12 years, she had been defined by her condition, unclean, isolated, rejected. But now Jesus had called her daughter, a term of endearment and belonging. He had not only healed her body, but also restored her dignity and identity. This miracle is one of the most intimate and profound moments in the Gospels. It reveals the power of faith, the compassion of Jesus, and the personal nature of his miracles. First, it shows that faith, even when small and quiet, can move mountains. The woman didn't make a grand plea or draw attention to herself. She simply reached out, believing in her heart that Jesus could heal her. Her faith wasn't loud, but it was genuine, and it was enough. Second, it demonstrates Jesus' willingness to stop for the one. Though he was surrounded by a crowd and on his way to perform another miracle, he stopped to acknowledge this woman. He didn't let her healing go unnoticed. He made sure she knew she was seen, valued, and loved. Finally, this story highlights Jesus' power to heal holistically. He didn't just stop the bleeding, he restored her spirit, her identity, and her place in the community. His words, "Go in peace," were an invitation to live a life free from fear and rejection. Imagine being in that crowd, watching as the woman stepped forward to tell her story. You hear her voice tremble as she describes her suffering, her desperation, and her faith. Then you see the kindness in Jesus' eyes as he calls her daughter, his words carrying the weight of love and restoration. This story challenges us to examine our own faith. Are we willing to reach out to Jesus, even when it feels risky or uncertain? Do we believe in his power to heal the broken places in our lives, physically, emotionally, spiritually? It also reminds us of the personal nature of Jesus' care. In a crowd of people, he stopped for one woman, taking the time to listen to her story and speak words of peace into her life. He does the same for us, meeting us in our pain and offering healing that goes far beyond the surface. The woman with the issue of blood reminds us that no matter how long we've suffered or how far we feel from God, one moment with Jesus can change everything. Her story is an invitation to reach out in faith, trusting that He sees us, He loves us, and He has the power to make us whole. The shoreline of the Sea of Galilee was teeming with life. Jesus and His disciples had just returned by boat, and a crowd immediately gathered, eager to see Him. Among the sea of faces, one man pushed his way forward with urgency. This was Jairus, a synagogue leader, respected, influential, but now a desperate father. His 12-year-old daughter, his only child, was dying. Grief and fear were etched into every line of his face as he fell at Jesus' feet. "Lord," Jairus pleaded, his voice trembling, "my little daughter is dying. Please come and put your hands on her so that she will be healed and live." The crowd, moved by the man's raw emotion, parted as Jesus nodded and began to follow him. There was no hesitation in his steps, no questioning of Jairus' faith. The urgency of the moment carried them forward, the crowd pressing tightly around them. But as they made their way to Jairus' house, something happened. Jesus stopped abruptly, turning to the crowd. "Who touched me?" he asked. The disciples, bewildered, looked at him. "You see the people crowding against you," they said, "and yet you ask, 'Who touched me?'" Jesus scanned the faces around him. "Someone touched me. I know that power has gone out from me." The crowd hushed as a woman stepped forward, trembling. She had been suffering from a bleeding condition for 12 years and had just been healed by touching the hem of Jesus' garment. Her testimony was powerful, and Jesus' response to her, "Daughter, your faith has healed you. Go in peace," was filled with compassion. But as beautiful as the moment was, Jairus' heart sank. Every second felt like an eternity, every delay unbearable. His daughter was slipping away, and now time seemed to be running out. Just as the woman stepped back into the crowd, messengers arrived from Jairus' house. Their faces were solemn, their words piercing. "Your daughter is dead," they said. "Why bother the teacher anymore?" Jairus froze. The world seemed to tilt, the weight of their words pressing down on him like a crushing wave. Dead. His little girl, her laughter, her joy, her life, gone. But before despair could take hold, Jesus turned to him, his voice steady and full of authority. "Don't be afraid, just believe." Those words cut through the noise of grief like a lifeline. Jairus didn't respond with words. He didn't need to. Jesus' presence and command were enough to move him forward. When they arrived at the house, the scene was chaotic. Mourners wailed loudly, their cries filling the air with sorrow. Professional mourners beat their chests, the symbols of grief amplifying the tragedy. Jairus' wife stood among them, her face pale and tear-streaked, barely able to stand under the weight of her loss. Jesus walked into the house, his calm presence immediately contrasting the chaos. He addressed the mourners, his voice cutting through their cries. "Why all this commotion and wailing? The child is not dead, but asleep." The mourners laughed bitterly. They knew death when they saw it. To them, Jesus' words were foolishness, a cruel dismissal of the undeniable reality before them. But Jesus was undeterred. He dismissed the crowd, allowing only Jairus, his wife, and 3 of his disciples, Peter, James, and John, to remain. The room where the girl lay was quiet, the air heavy with grief. Her lifeless body lay on the small bed, her face pale, her hands still. Jairus and his wife stood at the doorway, their hearts breaking anew at the sight. Jesus stepped forward, his expression one of quiet authority and compassion. He took the girl's hand in his own, her small fingers cold against his warm grasp. Then he spoke, his voice tender but filled with power. Talitha koum, he said, which means, little girl, I say to you, get up. The room held its breath. And then, movement. The girl's chest rose as she took a deep breath, her eyes fluttering open. Colour returned to her cheeks, and she sat up, looking around in confusion. Her parents gasped, their hands covering their mouths in shock. Give her something to eat, Jesus said, a practical instruction that grounded the miraculous moment in the ordinary. Jairus and his wife rushed to their daughter, wrapping her in their arms, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The mourners outside, who had laughed in disbelief, now stood stunned as word spread. This miracle wasn't just about bringing a child back to life. It was a powerful demonstration of Jesus' authority over death and his deep compassion for those who suffer. First, it teaches us that faith requires trust, even in the face of despair. When Jairus was told his daughter had died, Jesus' command, "Don't be afraid, just believe," wasn't an empty platitude. It was a call to hold on to hope, to trust that Jesus could do what seemed impossible. Second, it shows us that Jesus' power transcends time and circumstance. While the delay caused by healing the woman might have seemed like a tragic misstep, it was no obstacle for Jesus. He wasn't bound by urgency. His timing was perfect. Finally, this miracle reveals Jesus' heart for individuals. Despite the crowd, the urgency and the noise, he saw Jairus' pain, the woman's faith, and the child's need. He met each of them with compassion, bringing healing and restoration in ways that only he could. Imagine standing in that room watching as Jesus took the girl's hand. The sorrow in the air is thick, but his words, "Little girl, I say to you, get up," carry a weight that cuts through the darkness. Then, as she sits up and looks around, the grief melts away, replaced by awe, joy, and gratitude. This story challenges us to trust Jesus in the face of our own fears and uncertainties. When it feels like all hope is lost, when the situation seems irreversible, his words remind us that nothing is beyond his power. Don't be afraid, just believe. The raising of Jairus' daughter is a reminder that Jesus is not only the Lord of life, but also the giver of hope. Whatever seems dead in your life, dreams, relationships, or faith, he has the power to restore. Will you trust him to take your hand and call you to rise? The streets were alive with the bustling noise of the crowd. Jesus was moving through the town, his presence drawing followers like a magnet. Stories of his miracles, the lepers cleansed, the lame walking, and even the dead raised, were spreading faster than the wind. Among the throng, two blind men sat at the roadside, their ears tuned to every sound. Though they couldn't see, they had heard about Jesus, and the hope sparked by his name had ignited something within them. The sound of the crowd grew louder, and the blind men knew Jesus was near. They couldn't see him, but they could feel the energy in the air, the excitement, the murmurs of awe as people spoke his name. Their hearts began to race. This was their chance, perhaps their only chance, to encounter the one they believed could heal them. "Son of David," one of them cried out, his voice cutting through the noise, "have mercy on us." The title, Son of David, was no ordinary address. It was a declaration of faith, an acknowledgement that Jesus was the promised Messiah, the one foretold in the Scriptures. By calling him this, the blind men were proclaiming their belief not only in his power to heal, but also in his divine identity. "Son of David, have mercy on us," they cried again, their voices raw with desperation. The crowd tried to quiet them, irritated by their persistence. "Be silent," someone barked. But the blind men refused to be silenced. They called out louder, their cries fueled by the hope that Jesus could change their lives forever. Jesus stopped. The crowd, which had been moving forward like a river, came to an abrupt halt. Whispers rippled through the people as they realized Jesus had noticed the cries of the blind men. "Bring them to me," he said. The blind men, hearing his voice for the first time, felt their spirits leap. Hands guided them forward through the crowd until they stood before Jesus. Though their eyes couldn't meet his, their hearts were fixed on him. "What do you want me to do for you?" Jesus asked, his voice kind yet probing. "Lord," they replied without hesitation, "we want our sight." Their response was simple, but filled with faith. They didn't ask for wealth, status, or vengeance against those who had scorned them. They wanted one thing: to see. Jesus reached out and touched their eyes, his hands warm and gentle. "According to your faith, let it be done to you," he said. In an instant their world changed. Light burst into their vision, colors and shapes forming where there had only been darkness. They blinked rapidly, their eyes adjusting to the brilliance of the sun, the faces of the crowd, and the figure of Jesus standing before them. For the first time, they could see the world they had only imagined. The men fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces as they gazed at Jesus. Words failed them. How could they express the depth of their gratitude? The one they had called out to, the one they had trusted with their deepest need, had heard them, touched them, and made them whole. Jesus, however, gave them a curious instruction. "See that no one knows about this," he said. It was a command that must have puzzled the men. How could they keep quiet about something so extraordinary? How could they go back to their lives without shouting from the rooftops what Jesus had done for them? But as they left, the joy within them was too great to contain. They couldn't help but tell others, their voices filled with awe as they shared the story of the one who had restored their sight. The news spread rapidly, reaching far and wide, adding to the growing tide of testimonies about Jesus. This miracle is more than a story of physical healing. It's a profound demonstration of faith, mercy, and the identity of Jesus as the Messiah. First, it highlights the power of persistence. The blind men refused to let the crowd silence them. They cried out again and again, believing that if they could just reach Jesus, he would hear them. Their determination challenges us to consider how we approach God. Do we persist in prayer, or do we let discouragement silence us? Second, the title, Son of David, reveals their understanding of who Jesus was. Though they were blind, their spiritual sight was clear. They recognized Jesus as the fulfillment of God's promises, the one sent to save and restore. This challenges us to see Jesus not just as a teacher or miracle worker, but as the Savior and King who transforms our lives. Finally, the miracle reminds us that faith is the key to receiving God's blessings. Jesus' words, "According to your faith, let it be done to you," show that their healing was tied to their belief in his power. Their faith wasn't passive, it was active, vocal, and relentless. Imagine being in the crowd that day, watching as these two men, once confined to darkness, suddenly opened their eyes. Their faces lit up with joy, their hands reaching out to touch the world they could finally see. The crowd, once dismissive, now stood in stunned silence, witnessing the undeniable power of Jesus. Now imagine being one of the blind men. The darkness that had defined your life for so long is gone in an instant. You see the sky, the faces of those around you, and most importantly, the face of the one who healed you. Your heart overflows with gratitude, and you know that your life will never be the same. This story challenges us to trust Jesus with our deepest needs, to cry out to him, even when the world tells us to be quiet. It reminds us that he hears our cries, sees our faith, and responds with compassion. What areas of your life feel like they are in darkness? What needs are you hesitant to bring before Jesus? The healing of the two blind men invites us to come to him boldly, to call him Son of David, with the confidence that he can and will bring light into our lives. Just as their world changed with a single touch, so can yours. Will you trust him to open your eyes and restore what has been lost? The sun hung high over the bustling streets of a small town in Galilee, where the market was alive with activity. Merchants called out their wares, children darted between stalls, and the air was thick with the chatter of daily life. Yet, amidst the noise and busyness, a group of people moved with singular purpose. They were bringing a man to Jesus, a man who couldn't speak, whose silence was more than a physical affliction. This man was mute, his voice stolen by a demon that tormented him. His inability to communicate had isolated him, cutting him off from connection, expression, and the simple joy of being understood. Though his face bore no visible scars, the torment he endured was etched in his weary eyes. For years he had lived in silence, his cries trapped inside him, his life overshadowed by the cruel grip of the demon. But today was different. Today, his friends and family had heard that Jesus was in town. They had seen or heard of his miracles, lepers cleansed, blind men given sight, and even the dead raised. With desperate hope, they led the man through the crowded streets, navigating the press of bodies and the curious glances of onlookers. When they reached Jesus, the group stopped, their breaths quickened by anticipation. "Lord," one of them said, their voice trembling, "please help him. He cannot speak." The crowd around Jesus fell silent. All eyes turned toward the mute man as Jesus stepped forward. His gaze was calm, yet piercing, filled with compassion and authority. The man, though unable to speak, locked eyes with Jesus. It was as if, in that moment, Jesus could see the depths of his torment, the years of suffering and isolation that had silenced him. Without hesitation, Jesus raised his hand and commanded the demon to leave. His words were few but filled with divine power, cutting through the spiritual darkness like a blade. The man's body shuddered as the demon, powerless against Jesus' authority, fled. The oppressive weight that had pressed on him for so long lifted in an instant. His chest heaved as though he were breathing freely for the first time in years. Then something miraculous happened. "Praise the Lord," the man shouted, his voice ringing out loud and clear. The crowd gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. He spoke again, this time calling out the name of his friends, his voice strong and steady. It was as though the years of silence had never existed, as though the words trapped inside him had been waiting for this moment to pour out. The people around him erupted in amazement. "Nothing like this has ever been seen in Israel," someone exclaimed, their voice rising above the murmur of astonished whispers. The man, now free, turned to Jesus, his expression a mixture of joy and gratitude. Tears streamed down his face as he tried to form the words to thank the one who had given him his voice. But Jesus didn't need words. The look in the man's eyes said everything. As the crowd celebrated, a group of Pharisees stood on the edges, their arms crossed and their faces clouded with disdain. They couldn't deny the miracle. The evidence was undeniable. Yet, instead of acknowledging Jesus' power, they muttered among themselves, "It is by the prince of demons that he drives out demons." Their words, dripping with bitterness, were a stark contrast to the joy of the healed man and the wonder of the crowd. Even in the face of the miraculous, their hearts remained hardened, their pride blinding them to the truth of who Jesus was. This brief but powerful miracle holds profound meaning. First, it reveals Jesus' authority over both the physical and spiritual realms. The man's muteness wasn't just a physical condition, it was caused by a demon, a spiritual force that sought to oppress and silence him. With a single command, Jesus freed the man, demonstrating that no power of darkness can stand against him. Second, it highlights Jesus' compassion. He didn't hesitate or ask for explanations. He saw the man's suffering and acted decisively, restoring not only his voice, but also his dignity and ability to connect with others. Third, this story challenges us to confront our own responses to Jesus' power. The crowd marveled, their faith growing as they witnessed the miracle. But the Pharisees, clinging to their skepticism and pride, dismissed Jesus' authority with baseless accusations. Their refusal to see the truth reminds us that witnessing miracles alone is not enough. Faith requires an open heart. Imagine being in the crowd that day. You hear the man's voice for the first time, clear and strong, breaking through years of silence. You see his face light up as he speaks words of gratitude and joy. The oppressive weight that once surrounded him is gone, replaced by freedom and life. The crowd's amazement is contagious, their awe a testimony to the undeniable power of Jesus. Now imagine being the man himself. The silence that defined your existence is shattered, and your voice, once stolen, is restored. Words flow freely, and for the first time you can express your thoughts, your feelings, your gratitude. You're no longer trapped, you are free. This story challenges us to bring our own areas of silence and oppression to Jesus. Whether it's fear, shame, or spiritual bondage, he has the power to break through and restore what has been lost. The mute man's healing reminds us that Jesus not only hears our cries, but also moves to free us from whatever holds us captive. It also invites us to reflect on our own responses to Jesus' miracles. Are we like the crowd, marveling and growing in faith? Or are we like the Pharisees, allowing pride and skepticism to blind us to the truth? Finally, this miracle reminds us that Jesus doesn't just restore, he empowers. The man's voice, once silenced, became a testimony to God's power and mercy. What parts of your life might Jesus restore, turning them into a testimony of his grace? The healing of the mute man is more than an act of power. It is a story of compassion, freedom, and transformation. It invites us to trust in Jesus' authority and to experience the freedom only he can bring. Will you let him speak into your life and restore your voice? The hillside overlooking the Sea of Galilee was alive with movement, a sea of people stretching as far as the eye could see. Families sat together, children darting between clusters of people, and the hum of quiet conversation filled the air. The crowd had gathered because of Jesus. They had heard about his miracles, how he healed the sick, gave sight to the blind, and cast out demons. And now they had followed him here, to this remote place, desperate to hear his words and witness his power. Jesus stood on a gentle rise, his voice carrying effortlessly over the crowd as he taught. His words were filled with life, piercing hearts and drawing people closer to the kingdom of God. The people listened intently, their hunger for his teaching pushing aside any thought of the time or their growing physical hunger. But as the sun dipped lower in the sky, the disciples grew uneasy. They had been with Jesus long enough to anticipate the needs of the crowd, and it was clear that these people were unprepared for a long stay. No one had brought enough food, and they were far from any town where provisions could be bought. "Send the people away," one of the disciples suggested, "so they can go to the surrounding villages and buy themselves something to eat." But Jesus, calm and unhurried, surprised them with his response. "They do not need to go away. You give them something to eat." The disciples exchanged incredulous glances. "We have only 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish," one of them said, holding up the small offering. It had come from a boy in the crowd who had willingly given the humble meal he carried, perhaps his family's provisions for the day. Jesus looked at the loaves and fish, then back at the disciples. His gaze was steady, his tone filled with certainty. "Bring them here to me." The disciples moved quickly, gathering the small meal and bringing it to Jesus. The crowd watched with curiosity, murmuring among themselves. How could such a small amount of food possibly make a difference? Many in the crowd had experienced scarcity before. They knew the pang of hunger, the weight of unmet needs. What could this teacher possibly do with so little? Jesus instructed the disciples to have the people sit down on the grass. The crowd began to settle, forming groups and waiting with a mix of anticipation and skepticism. Some whispered to one another, wondering what Jesus would do next. Others sat quietly, their faith in him growing stronger with each passing moment. Jesus took the loaves and the fish, lifting his eyes to heaven. He gave thanks, his prayer simple yet profound, acknowledging the Father's provision. Then he began to break the bread. Piece by piece, he handed it to the disciples, who carried it to the waiting groups. As they returned, he handed them more and more and more. The miracle unfolded quietly, almost imperceptibly. The bread and fish never ran out. Each time Jesus broke off another piece, there was more to give. The disciples moved among the people, their arms laden with food, their eyes wide with astonishment. The crowd, at first hesitant, began to eat. Families shared pieces of bread and fish, their disbelief giving way to joy as they realized the food was not going to run out. Laughter and conversation replaced the earlier murmurs of uncertainty. Children ran back and forth, their hands full of bread, their faces sticky with fish. The atmosphere shifted from hunger to celebration, from scarcity to abundance. For thousands of people, this moment was more than a meal. It was a tangible sign of God's care and provision. When everyone had eaten their fill, Jesus instructed the disciples to gather the leftovers. They moved through the crowd, collecting what remained, and when they returned, they counted 12 baskets full of bread and fish. The abundance was undeniable. Not only had everyone been fed, but there was more left over than they had started with. The crowd sat in awe, their gazes fixed on Jesus. This was no ordinary teacher, no mere man. Some whispered, "Surely this is the prophet who is to come into the world." Others said nothing, their hearts full, their minds racing to comprehend what they had just witnessed. This miracle, recorded in all 4 Gospels, is one of the most iconic moments in Jesus' ministry. It reveals his divine power, his compassion for people, and his ability to meet both physical and spiritual needs. First, the story highlights Jesus' care for the whole person. While his teaching fed the crowd's souls, he also recognized their physical hunger and acted to meet it. This reminds us that God cares about every aspect of our lives, our hearts, our minds, and our bodies. Second, it underscores the power of offering what little we have. The boy's meal of 5 loaves and 2 fish seemed insignificant in the face of such a great need, but in Jesus' hands it became more than enough. This challenges us to bring whatever we have to him, our talents, resources, or time, trusting that he can multiply it to accomplish his purposes. Finally, the miracle points to Jesus as the bread of life. Just as he provided physical sustenance for the crowd, he offers spiritual nourishment that satisfies our deepest hunger. In John's account, Jesus later says, "I'm the bread of life. Whoever comes to me will never go hungry, and whoever believes in me will never be thirsty." Imagine being in that crowd, sitting on the grass with your family, holding a piece of bread in your hands. You've seen the boy's small offering, you've watched Jesus lift it toward heaven, and now you're eating. amazed that there is enough for everyone. You look at the faces around you, children laughing, parents smiling, friends sharing, and you realize that you are part of something extraordinary. Now imagine being the boy, offering your humble meal to Jesus. You've carried those loaves and fish, wondering if it could possibly make a difference. And now you're watching in awe as your small offering becomes the means by which thousands are fed. The feeding of the 5,000 is a powerful reminder of God's ability to take what little we have and use it to bless others. It invites us to trust Him with our needs, to step forward in faith, and to believe in His power to provide abundantly. Whatever you are holding on to, no matter how small or insignificant it feels, place it in His hands. He can multiply it in ways beyond your imagination. As you reflect on this miracle, ask yourself, what is God calling you to bring to Him? How can you trust Him to meet the needs in your life and the lives of those around you? Just as Jesus fed the crowd that day, He's ready to provide for you, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. Will you trust Him to be your bread of life? The Sea of Galilee stretched out under the night sky, its surface restless as the wind whipped through the darkness. The disciples were alone in a small boat, rowing against the rising waves. Jesus had sent them ahead while He stayed behind to dismiss the crowds and retreat to the mountainside to pray. At first, the journey was uneventful, but as the night deepened, the sea grew angry, tossing the boat like a toy in the wind. The disciples, seasoned fishermen, though some of them were, began to feel the strain. The wind howled, and the waves crashed against the sides of the boat, spraying them with cold water. Their oars cut through the churning sea, but progress was slow. Hours passed, and exhaustion began to weigh on them. The night was thick, the moon and stars hidden behind a blanket of clouds, and every shadow seemed to move with the storm. Their voices were tense as they called to one another, trying to keep the boat steady. "Keep rowing!" one shouted, his voice barely audible over the wind. Another pulled at his oar, his muscles aching, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of relief. But there was none, just the endless waves and the howling wind. It was somewhere between 3 and 6 in the morning, the darkest part of the night, when it happened. One of the disciples, squinting through the mist and spray, froze. "Look!" he cried, pointing out toward the water. The others turned, their eyes following his outstretched hand. At first, it was hard to see. The storm played tricks on their vision, the shadows shifting and moving. But then, as lightning flashed across the sky, they saw it. A figure walking on the water, coming toward them. Their hearts pounded with fear. "It's a ghost!" someone shouted, the words cutting through the chaos. The disciples clung to the sides of the boat, their faces pale, their breaths shallow. Who, or what, could walk on water in the midst of such a storm? But then the figure spoke, his voice calm and steady, cutting through the wind like a beacon. "Take courage, it is I. Don't be afraid." It was Jesus. Relief washed over the disciples, but the awe and wonder of what they were witnessing left them speechless. Before they could respond, Peter, ever bold and impulsive, called out, "Lord, if it's you, tell me to come to you on the water." The storm raged around them, but Jesus' reply was simple, "Come." Peter gripped the side of the boat, his heart racing. The waves churned beneath him, and the wind whipped at his face, but his eyes were fixed on Jesus. Taking a deep breath, he swung his legs over the edge and stepped onto the water. To his amazement, the surface held him. His feet didn't sink. They rested firmly on the water as though it were solid ground. Step by step, he moved closer to Jesus, the storm fading into the background as he focused on the one who had called him. But then the wind roared louder and the waves surged higher. Peter's eyes shifted from Jesus to the chaos around him. Fear crept in, and doubt took hold. In that instant, he began to sink. "Lord, save me," he cried, his voice filled with panic. Immediately, Jesus reached out his hand and caught him. "You of little faith," he said gently, "why did you doubt?" Peter, gasping for breath, clung to Jesus as he pulled him up. Together they climbed into the boat, and as soon as they did, the wind died down. The sea, moments ago a raging storm, was now perfectly calm. The disciples, drenched and trembling, stared at Jesus in awe. This wasn't just a teacher or prophet. They were beginning to understand that he was far more. They fell to their knees, their voices unsteady but reverent. "Truly, you are the Son of God." This miracle is one of the most vivid and personal demonstrations of Jesus' power and presence. First, it reveals Jesus' authority over creation. The wind and waves, forces that terrified even experienced fishermen, were no match for him. He walked on the water as though it were solid ground, showing that he is Lord over the natural world. Second, it highlights the importance of faith and focus. Peter's boldness to step out of the boat is inspiring, but his fear when he took his eyes off Jesus reminds us of our own struggles. How often do we start with faith, only to falter when the storms of life distract us? Third, it reassures us of Jesus' willingness to save. The moment Peter called out, "Lord, save me," Jesus was there, his hand reaching out without hesitation. It's a powerful reminder that no matter how far we sink, Jesus is ready to lift us up when we cry out to him. Imagine being in the boat that night, watching Peter take those first steps onto the water. You see his courage, his trust, and then his fear as he begins to sink. You feel the tension in the air, the wonder and terror of the storm, and then the overwhelming relief as Jesus reaches out and pulls him to safety. Now imagine being Peter. The wind is howling, the waves are crashing, and your heart is pounding as you step out of the boat. For a moment, it's as if the storm doesn't exist. All you see is Jesus, and you feel the impossible beneath your feet. But then doubt creeps in. The storm becomes louder in your mind, and you start to sink. In that instant, you cry out, and his hand is there, pulling you back, steadying you, saving you. This story challenges us to trust Jesus in the midst of our own storms. It reminds us to keep our eyes on him, even when fear threatens to overwhelm us. The wind and waves in our lives, uncertainty, loss, doubt, are no match for his power and presence. It also calls us to take bold steps of faith. Like Peter, we are invited to step out of the boat, to trust that Jesus will hold us up even when the waters seem impossible. Finally, it reassures us of his grace. When we falter, when our faith wavers, he doesn't condemn us. Instead, he reaches out, lifts us up, and calms the storm. What storms are you facing today? What step of faith is Jesus calling you to take? The story of Jesus walking on water reminds us that with him, the impossible becomes possible. Will you trust him to calm your fears, steady your steps, and bring you safely through the storm? The region of Tyre and Sidon was far from the familiar towns of Galilee. Yet Jesus had traveled there with his disciples, seeking solitude from the relentless crowds that followed him. The coastal air carried the sound of waves, a rare reprieve from the bustling streets and eager throngs of seekers. But even here, in this Gentile territory, word of Jesus had spread. People whispered of the Jewish teacher and healer who performed miracles unlike any they had ever seen. Among those who had heard was a Canaanite woman, a mother whose heart was heavy with desperation. Her daughter was tormented by a demon, her days consumed by uncontrollable fits and anguish. No remedy had worked, no prayers had been answered, and the woman's soul was crushed under the weight of helplessness. But when she heard that Jesus was nearby, hope flickered. This man, she thought, had healed the sick, cast out demons, and performed wonders. Perhaps he could help her daughter. She knew she was an outsider, a Gentile with no claim to the promises of Israel, but her love for her child gave her courage. She found Jesus and his disciples walking along the road. Falling to her knees before him, she cried out, "Lord, Son of David, have mercy on me. My daughter is demon-possessed and suffering terribly." Her voice was raw, trembling with emotion. "Son of David," she called him, acknowledging him as the Messiah, though she was not part of his people. Her plea was not just a request, it was the desperate cry of a mother who had exhausted every other hope. But Jesus did not answer her. The silence was deafening. The disciples glanced at one another, unsure of what to make of it. She persisted, following them, her cries growing louder, more urgent. "Lord, have mercy on me." Finally the disciples spoke. "Send her away," they urged. "She keeps crying out after us." But Jesus replied, "I was sent only to the lost sheep of Israel." His words seemed final, a reminder of the scope of his mission. The woman, however, refused to be discouraged. She moved closer, her determination burning brighter. Falling to her knees again, she said, "Lord, help me." Jesus looked at her, his gaze steady. "It is not right to take the children's bread and toss it to the dogs," he said. The words were sharp, yet not cruel. They reflected the divide between Jew and Gentile, the distinction that had long existed between God's chosen people and the nations. But the woman saw something in his eyes, a flicker of compassion, an invitation to press on. "Yes, it is, Lord," she replied, her voice unwavering. "Even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from their master's table." Her words hung in the air, filled with humility and boldness. She wasn't asking for the children's bread, she was asking for the crumbs, knowing that even the smallest measure of Jesus' power would be enough to save her daughter. Her persistence was unyielding, her faith unshaken. Jesus smiled, his expression softening. "Woman, you have great faith. Your request is granted." At that very moment, her daughter was healed. This miracle, recorded in Matthew and Mark, is one of the most striking examples of faith in the Gospels. The Canaanite woman's story reveals profound truths about persistence, humility, and the boundless reach of God's mercy. First, it highlights the power of persistence in faith. The woman faced silence, discouragement, and cultural barriers, yet she refused to give up. Her love for her daughter and her belief in Jesus' power propelled her forward, even when the odds seemed stacked against her. Her determination challenges us to persevere in prayer, to press on even when God's answers feel delayed or distant. Second, it underscores the importance of humility. The woman didn't demand healing as a right. She approached Jesus with reverence, acknowledging her position as an outsider while still appealing to his mercy. Her humility didn't diminish her faith, it amplified it, showing a heart that trusted in Jesus' character and compassion. Finally, this story reminds us that God's mercy knows no boundaries. Though Jesus' mission was initially focused on Israel, the woman's faith demonstrated that his power and love were for all people. Her persistence broke through the barriers of culture and tradition, revealing the inclusivity of God's kingdom. Imagine being there watching the scene unfold. You see the woman, her face lined with desperation, her voice trembling as she pleads with Jesus. You feel the tension in the air as the disciples urge Jesus to send her away, as Jesus' words seem to draw a line she cannot cross. But then you witness her response, her bold, faith-filled reply. and the moment when Jesus smiles and grants her request. You see her relief, her tears of gratitude as she realizes her daughter has been healed. Now imagine being the woman herself, the silence, the barriers, the cultural divide. All of it fades in the face of your love for your child. You press on, your heart anchored by the belief that Jesus can help. And when he finally speaks the words, "Your request is granted," you feel the weight of your burden lift, replaced by overwhelming joy and peace. This story challenges us to examine our own faith. Are we willing to approach Jesus with the same persistence, humility, and trust? Do we believe that his mercy is greater than any obstacle, that his power can reach even the places we consider out of bounds? It also invites us to consider how we respond to others. The disciples wanted to send the woman away, but Jesus used the moment to reveal the depth of her faith and the inclusiveness of his mission. Are there times when we, like the disciples, are quick to dismiss or exclude? The healing of the Canaanite woman's daughter is a powerful reminder that God's love transcends boundaries. It calls us to approach him boldly, to trust in his mercy, and to celebrate the faith of those who seek him. Whatever barriers you face, whether they are cultural, spiritual, or personal, know that Jesus welcomes your persistence and honors your faith. The journey through the Decapolis brought Jesus to a region filled with Gentiles, a place rich with culture and diversity, but far removed from the religious traditions of Jerusalem. Even here, among those often seen as outsiders, the reputation of Jesus had spread. Stories of his power and compassion reached every corner, drawing people from all walks of life. On this particular day, a small group approached him, leading a man who struggled to keep up. His steps were hesitant, his eyes darting nervously, as though the noise and movement around him were overwhelming. This man was both deaf and mute, trapped in a world of silence, unable to hear the voices of his friends or express his thoughts and emotions. His companions, filled with hope, brought him to Jesus. "Please," one of them said, his voice urgent, "lay your hand on him." The man looked around, his face a mix of confusion and fear. He couldn't hear their words, but he could feel their urgency. His friends gestured, pointing to Jesus, trying to communicate their faith in what this healer could do. Jesus, always moved by compassion, didn't hesitate. But instead of performing the miracle in front of the crowd, he gently took the man aside, away from the noise and commotion. It was a gesture of care, a way to meet the man in a quiet, personal space where he could focus on what was about to happen. Once they were alone, Jesus used actions rather than words to communicate. He placed his fingers into the man's ears, a physical act that spoke directly to the man's condition. Then Jesus spat and touched the man's tongue. It was an intimate and unconventional method, but it carried profound significance. Jesus was entering into the man's world, addressing his affliction in a way that the man could understand. Afterward, Jesus looked up to heaven and sighed deeply. It was a moment of connection with the Father, a prayer of intercession, and an expression of empathy for the suffering of humanity. Then, with a voice full of authority, he spoke one Aramaic word, Ephphatha, which means, "be opened." The change was immediate. The man's ears were opened and his tongue was loosened. Sounds flooded into his mind for the first time, the rustling of leaves, the distant hum of voices, the gentle sigh of the wind. His lips, which had been silent for so long, now moved freely. He began to speak, his voice trembling with awe as he tried out the words he had only ever imagined. His friends, who had been watching from a distance, ran to him, their faces alight with joy. They spoke his name, and for the first time he could hear it. Tears filled his eyes as he repeated their words, his voice growing stronger with every attempt. The moment was overwhelming, a cascade of emotions as years of silence were broken in an instant. The crowd, which had waited at a respectful distance, now surged forward, their curiosity turning to amazement. They couldn't contain their excitement, their voices rising in praise. "He has done everything well," they exclaimed. "He even makes the deaf hear and the mute speak." But Jesus, ever humble and focused on his mission, instructed them not to tell anyone. It was a command given not to suppress joy, but to prevent his identity from being misunderstood or his ministry from being hindered. Yet the people couldn't help themselves. The story spread far and wide, the miracle becoming another testimony to the divine power of Jesus. This miracle, recorded only in the Gospel of Mark, is deeply significant. First, it reveals Jesus' personal approach to healing. He didn't treat the man as just another face in the crowd. By taking him aside, using touch and looking to heaven, Jesus communicated care and connection. This reminds us that Jesus sees us as individuals, meeting us in our unique needs with compassion and understanding. Second, it highlights the power of Jesus' word. The simple command, "Be opened," carried the authority of heaven. It reminds us that when Jesus speaks, barriers are broken and transformation occurs. Whether it's physical healing, emotional freedom, or spiritual renewal, his word has the power to change everything. Finally, the miracle points to the fulfillment of prophecy. In Isaiah 35:5-6, it was foretold that when the Messiah came, then will the eyes of the blind be opened and the ears of the deaf unstopped. Then will the lame leap like a deer and the mute tongue shout for joy. By healing this man, Jesus revealed himself as the one who fulfills these promises, bringing hope and restoration to all who believe. Imagine being there that day, watching as Jesus gently led the man away from the crowd. You see his hands touch the man's ears and tongue, his face lifted to heaven, his voice carrying the command, "Be opened." And then you witness the man's transformation, his eyes widening as sound floods his senses, his lips forming words for the first time. The joy is contagious, the crowd erupting in praise, their awe palpable. Now imagine being the man. The world you had only ever seen but never heard suddenly bursts to life. The voices of your friends, the laughter of children, the rustle of the wind, all of it comes rushing in, filling the silence that had once defined your life. Your lips, once bound, now speak freely, your voice a testimony to the power of the one who healed you. This story challenges us to reflect on the areas of our lives that feel closed off or bound. Are there places where we feel deaf to God's voice or unable to express our faith? Jesus' command, "Be opened," is not just for the man in this story, it's for all of us. It also reminds us of the power of bringing others to Jesus. The man's friends believed in Jesus' ability to heal, and their faith led to his transformation. Who in your life needs to be brought to Jesus? Finally, this miracle invites us to praise. The crowd's declaration, "He has done everything well," is a reminder that Jesus' works are perfect, his compassion boundless, and his power unmatched. Whatever you feel is closed off in your life, whether it's your heart, your mind, or your ability to connect with God, trust in Jesus' power to open it. His touch restores, his words bring life, and his love meets you exactly where you are. Will you let him open what has been closed and lead you into a life of freedom and joy? The crowd had been with Jesus for 3 days, hanging on every word he spoke. They had followed him into the wilderness, captivated by his teachings and moved by his healing power. Among them were the sick, the lame, and the blind, all of whom had experienced the transformative touch of the Messiah. The atmosphere was charged with awe and gratitude as miracle after miracle unfolded before their eyes. But now hunger gnawed at their strength. Supplies had long since run out, and the wilderness offered no relief. Some clutched their empty baskets, others glanced at their children, concern etched into their faces. The crowd, numbering about 4,000 men, plus women and children, sat scattered across the dry, rocky landscape. Jesus looked out over the multitude, his heart stirred with compassion. He turned to his disciples, the concern evident in his voice. "I have compassion for these people," he said. "They have already been with me 3 days and have nothing to eat. I do not want to send them away hungry, or they may collapse on the way." The disciples exchanged uneasy glances. They knew the wilderness offered no options, and the sheer size of the crowd made the situation seem impossible. "Where could we get enough bread in this remote place to feed such a crowd?" one of them asked, his tone reflecting both disbelief and frustration. Jesus' eyes rested on them, calm and steady. "How many loaves do you have?" he asked. "7," they replied, and a few small fish." Jesus nodded, his expression filled with quiet confidence. "Bring them here to me," he said. The disciples gathered the meager provisions, their skepticism tempered by the memory of the feeding of the 5,000. Could it happen again? They placed the loaves and fish into Jesus' hands, watching as he directed the crowd to sit down on the ground. The people obeyed, forming clusters across the vast expanse, their eyes fixed on him. Jesus lifted the loaves and fish toward heaven, giving thanks. His prayer was simple yet profound, acknowledging the Father's provision. Then he began to break the loaves into pieces, handing them to the disciples. As before, the miracle unfolded quietly. Each time Jesus broke off a piece, there was more to give. The disciples, wide-eyed with amazement, carried the food to the waiting groups, their arms laden with baskets that never emptied, and the crowd ate eagerly, their hunger giving way to satisfaction. Mothers fed their children, who laughed and reached for more. Friends shared bread and fish, their conversations tinged with awe. The wilderness, once a place of scarcity, became a banquet hall filled with abundance and joy. The disciples moved among the people, distributing the food and witnessing the miracle firsthand. With each basket they carried, their faith grew stronger. This wasn't just about meeting physical needs. It was a tangible display of the kingdom of God, where even the smallest offering could be multiplied to bless thousands. When everyone had eaten their fill, Jesus instructed the disciples to gather the leftovers. They moved through the crowd, collecting what remained, and returned with 7 baskets full of food. The abundance was undeniable, a clear sign of God's provision and Jesus' authority. As the crowd began to disperse, many paused to thank Jesus, their faces glowing with gratitude. They had come seeking teaching and healing, but they had received far more than they expected. Jesus, always mindful of his mission, dismissed the crowd and prepared to leave the area. He and his disciples climbed into a boat, heading for the region of Magadan. But the memory of the miraculous meal lingered in the hearts of all who had been there. This miracle, recorded in both Matthew and Mark, carries profound lessons for us today. First, it reveals Jesus' deep compassion. He didn't just see the crowd's spiritual hunger, he also recognized their physical need. His statement, "I have compassion for these people," reminds us that God cares about every aspect of our lives. He sees our struggles, our weariness, and our needs, and he moves toward us with love and provision. Second, it highlights the power of offering what we have to Jesus. The 7 loaves and few fish seemed insignificant in the face of such a great need. Yet, in Jesus' hands, they became more than enough. This challenges us to bring whatever we have, no matter how small, and trust that He can multiply it to accomplish His purposes. Third, the miracle underscores the abundance of God's kingdom. The leftovers, 7 baskets full, were a testament to the overflowing nature of His provision. Jesus doesn't just meet our needs, He exceeds them, reminding us that His blessings are abundant and unending. Imagine being in the crowd that day, sitting on the ground with your family as the food begins to circulate. You take a piece of bread, then another, marveling at how it never runs out. You watch your children eat, their laughter filling the air, and you feel a deep sense of gratitude. You realize that this isn't just a meal, it's a miracle, a sign of God's care and provision. Now imagine being one of the disciples, carrying basket after basket of food to the crowd. Each step is a reminder of what Jesus can do with even the smallest offering. As you look into the faces of those you serve, you feel your faith grow, knowing that you are witnessing the power of the Messiah firsthand. This story invites us to reflect on our own lives. Are there areas where we feel overwhelmed by the needs around us, where our resources seem too small to make a difference? Jesus' actions remind us that it's not about the size of what we have, it's about placing it in His hands. It also challenges us to trust in His provision. When we face moments of scarcity or uncertainty, do we believe that He can provide abundantly? The feeding of the 4,000 is a testament to His faithfulness, a reminder that He is able to meet our needs in ways that far exceed our expectations. Finally, this miracle calls us to gratitude. Just as the crowd left the wilderness filled and amazed, we too are invited to recognize and celebrate the ways God provides for us each day. Whatever your need, whatever small offering you hold, bring it to Jesus. His compassion is boundless, His power unmatched, and His provision overflowing. Trust Him to take what you have and use it to bless you and those around you in ways you never thought possible. The town of Bethsaida buzzed with its usual activity. Children playing in the streets, merchants haggling over goods, and fishermen mending their nets after a morning's work on the Sea of Galilee. But today, the hum of daily life was interrupted by whispers and hurried footsteps. Jesus had arrived. Word spread quickly, and soon a group of people approached Him, leading a blind man by the hand. The man, though unable to see, was acutely aware of the commotion. He could hear the crowd, the rustle of their robes, and the murmured conversations around him. His heart raced with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. "Jesus," one of the men called out, "please touch him and heal him." The urgency in their voices revealed the faith they carried, not just for themselves, but for their friend. They had heard of Jesus' miracles, how He gave sight to the blind and healed the sick, and they believed He could do it again. Jesus looked at the blind man, his expression filled with compassion. Without hesitation, He took the man by the hand and began to lead him out of the village. The crowd parted to let them pass, their curiosity piqued. Why was Jesus taking him away? The journey out of Bethsaida was quiet, the blind man relying entirely on Jesus to guide him. With each step, he felt a growing sense of trust. Though he couldn't see, he could feel Jesus' steady hand, His presence both comforting and commanding. When they were far from the noise and distractions of the village, Jesus stopped. He turned to the blind man, who stood expectantly, his unseeing eyes directed toward the sound of Jesus' breath. Then, in a gesture that might seem strange to us but carried deep significance, Jesus spit on the man's eyes and placed His hands on them. The man flinched slightly at the unexpected sensation, but he remained still, his heart pounding with anticipation. "Do you see anything?" Jesus asked, his voice calm but probing. The man blinked, his eyelids fluttering as though they were learning to move again. Shapes and shadows began to form in his vision, breaking through the darkness that had defined his life. He strained to focus, his voice uncertain as he replied, "I see people. They look like trees walking around." The crowd, watching from a distance, murmured among themselves. It was clear that something had changed, but the man's vision wasn't fully restored. He could see, but not clearly. Jesus didn't stop there. He placed his hands on the man's eyes once more, the touch gentle but purposeful. This time, when the man opened his eyes, the transformation was complete. The world burst into focus. Colors, shapes, and faces came alive in vivid detail. He saw the sky, its vast blue expanse dotted with clouds. He saw the earth beneath his feet, the textures of stone and dust. And then he saw Jesus, his face radiant with compassion and strength. The man's breath caught in his throat, tears streaming down his cheeks as he took it all in. The crowd watched in awe, their amazement palpable. "Don't even go into the village," Jesus instructed, his tone firm but kind. He knew the danger of fame, the misunderstandings that could arise from a public display. This miracle wasn't about spectacle, it was about restoration. This miracle, unique in its two-step process, carries profound significance. First, it reveals Jesus' intentionality. By taking the man away from the village, he created an intimate space for healing, free from distractions. It was a personal encounter, focused entirely on the blind man and his need. This reminds us that Jesus meets us individually, addressing our unique circumstances with care and precision. Second, the gradual nature of the healing highlights the process of faith. The man's vision wasn't restored all at once. It came in stages. This mirrors our own spiritual journeys, where clarity often comes gradually as we learn to trust and see through the eyes of faith. Finally, the miracle emphasizes the completeness of Jesus' power. Though the initial healing was partial, Jesus didn't leave the man in a state of incompleteness. He finished the work, fully restoring the man's sight and giving him the gift of seeing the world in all its beauty. Imagine being the blind man, standing there as Jesus takes your hand and leads you away from the crowd. You can't see him, but you feel his presence, steady and sure. When he touches your eyes, the darkness begins to lift, and for the first time in years, or perhaps ever, you see faint shapes and movement. Then, with a second touch, the world bursts into focus. You see faces, trees, and the face of the one who healed you. Now imagine being in the crowd, watching as the man's eyes open and his expression transforms from confusion to joy. You hear his laughter, his exclamations of wonder, and you realize you are witnessing something extraordinary, a moment of divine power and compassion. This story challenges us to trust Jesus with the areas of our lives that feel unclear or incomplete. Just as the man's vision was restored in stages, our faith often grows gradually. There may be moments when we see only partially, when we feel like we're stumbling through shadows. But Jesus isn't finished with us yet. His work is always complete, his touch always sufficient. It also reminds us of the importance of personal encounters with Jesus. The blind man's healing wasn't performed in the middle of the village for all to see. It was a quiet, intimate moment between him and the Savior. In the same way, Jesus invites us to step away from the noise and distractions of life and meet him in the stillness, where he can restore and renew us. Finally, this miracle calls us to reflect on our own spiritual vision. Are there areas where we see only partially, where our understanding is clouded by doubt or distraction? Jesus' touch brings clarity, not just to our physical sight, but to our hearts and minds. The healing of the blind man at Bethsaida is a powerful reminder that Jesus meets us where we are, but doesn't leave us there. He takes us by the hand, leads us to a place of healing, and restores our vision, both physically and spiritually. Will you trust him to open your eyes and bring his work in you to completion? The commotion was impossible to miss. A crowd had gathered at the base of the mountain, their voices rising in tension and confusion. Some were arguing, others stood back, whispering among themselves. In the center of it all was a desperate father, his face lined with exhaustion and fear, pleading with Jesus' disciples for help. His son, gripped by a tormenting spirit, lay convulsing on the ground, his small body racked by uncontrollable seizures. Moments earlier, the father had rushed to the disciples, his heart clinging to hope. He had heard of Jesus and his power to heal, and when he saw the disciples, he thought, surely they can help. But despite their efforts, the boy's condition hadn't changed. The failure hung in the air like a storm cloud, feeding the doubts of the onlookers and the murmured critiques of the scribes standing nearby. Suddenly, a new energy rippled through the crowd. Jesus was approaching, descending from the mountain with Peter, James, and John. His presence commanded attention, his calm demeanor cutting through the chaos. The father's heart leapt with a renewed sense of hope as he pushed his way forward, falling at Jesus' feet. "Teacher," he cried, his voice trembling with desperation, "I brought my son to you. He is possessed by a spirit that has robbed him of speech. Whenever it seizes him, it throws him to the ground. He foams at the mouth, gnashes his teeth, and becomes rigid. I asked your disciples to drive out the spirit, but they could not." Jesus looked around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, the disciples, and the scribes. His voice carried a mixture of sorrow and frustration as he said, "You unbelieving generation, how long shall I stay with you? How long shall I put up with you? Bring the boy to me." The father motioned to his son, who stood trembling nearby. As the boy approached Jesus, the demon within him reacted violently. The child's body convulsed and he fell to the ground, rolling and foaming at the mouth. The sight was heart-wrenching, and gasps rippled through the crowd. "How long has he been like this?" Jesus asked, his tone calm but compassionate. "From childhood," the father replied, his voice breaking. "It has often thrown him into fire or water to kill him. But if you can do anything, take pity on us and help us." Jesus' eyes locked with the father's. His voice was steady, filled with both authority and reassurance. "If you can," he repeated, "everything is possible for one who believes." The father's face crumpled as he cried out, "I do believe. Help me overcome my unbelief." His words were raw, an honest admission of both faith and doubt, the kind of prayer that reaches straight to the heart of God. Jesus turned his attention to the boy. The crowd pressed in, their anticipation palpable. With a commanding voice, Jesus said, "You deaf and mute spirit, I command you, come out of him and never enter him again." The boy's body stiffened one last time, then collapsed. For a moment, he lay motionless, and whispers spread through the crowd. "He's dead," someone murmured, the weight of the scene settling over the gathering like a heavy shroud. But then Jesus reached down and took the boy's hand. His touch was gentle yet powerful, lifting the child to his feet. The boy's eyes fluttered open, his expression calm and clear. He looked at his father, who knelt in stunned silence, and then at Jesus, who smiled with quiet authority. The father's tears flowed freely as he embraced his son, his gratitude too profound for words. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their voices rising in praise and awe. Later, when the commotion had subsided, the disciples approached Jesus in private, their faces etched with confusion and disappointment. "Why couldn't we drive it out?" they asked. Jesus looked at them, his voice firm but patient. "Because you have so little faith," he said. "Truly, I tell you, if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, 'Move from here to there,' and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you." Then, in a quieter tone, he added, "This kind can come out only by prayer and fasting." This miracle is one of the most vivid demonstrations of Jesus' power, compassion, and teaching. First, it reveals his authority over the spiritual realm. The demon, which had tormented the boy for years, was no match for Jesus' command. His words carried divine authority, reminding us that no force of darkness can stand against him. Second, it highlights the role of faith. The Father's plea, "I do believe, help me overcome my unbelief," is a deeply human moment, reflecting the tension we often feel between faith and doubt. Jesus didn't reject the Father's imperfect faith. He met him where he was and responded with power. Third, it underscores the importance of spiritual preparation. Jesus' comment about prayer and fasting points to the need for a deep connection with God, a life rooted in dependence on him. The disciples' failure wasn't just about technique. It was about their need to grow in faith and spiritual discipline. Imagine being in the crowd that day, watching as the boy convulses on the ground, the demon resisting with all its might. You hear the Father's anguished cries, see the hope in his eyes as he looks at Jesus. Then, in an instant, it's over. The boy is healed, standing tall and whole for the first time in years. The crowd erupts in amazement, and you realize you've just witnessed the power of God breaking through the chaos. Now imagine being the father. For years, you've watched helplessly as your son suffered, your heart breaking with every seizure. You bring him to Jesus, clinging to hope, but wrestling with doubt. When Jesus speaks, his words cut through your fear, and you cry out with raw honesty, "Help me overcome my unbelief." Then, as your son is healed, you feel the weight of your despair lift, replaced by overwhelming gratitude and joy. This story challenges us to bring our deepest struggles and doubts to Jesus. The Father's prayer is one we can all relate to, a plea for faith in the face of fear and uncertainty. It reminds us that Jesus doesn't require perfect faith. He responds to honest hearts willing to trust him. It also calls us to a deeper life of prayer and dependence on God. The disciples' failure wasn't final. It was a moment of growth, a reminder that true power comes from a life rooted in prayer and faith. Whatever battles you're facing, whether they're physical, emotional, or spiritual, know that Jesus is able to bring healing and freedom. He meets you in your struggles, speaks with authority over your fears, and invites you to trust him. Will you bring your needs to him, believing that everything is possible for one who believes? The streets of Capernaum were lively as always, filled with the chatter of merchants and the bustle of daily life. Jesus and his disciples had just returned to the town, weary from their travels, yet invigorated by the crowds that always seemed to gather around their teacher. But on this day, a different sort of question awaited them. As Peter walked toward the house where Jesus was staying, he was intercepted by 2 temple tax collectors. Their faces were serious, their intent clear. "Does your teacher pay the temple tax?" one of them asked, his tone measured but probing. The temple tax was a yearly payment required of every Jewish male over 20 years old, meant to support the upkeep of the temple in Jerusalem. It was as much a religious obligation as it was a cultural expectation, a tangible sign of devotion. Peter, caught off guard but eager to defend Jesus, replied quickly, "Yes, he does." But as he continued toward the house, doubt began to creep into his mind. He hadn't actually seen Jesus pay the tax. Would he? Should he? Peter's loyalty was unwavering, but his understanding of Jesus' mission was still growing. When Peter entered the house, Jesus, knowing all that had transpired, brought up the matter before Peter could even speak. "What do you think, Simon?" Jesus asked. "From whom do the kings of the earth collect duty and taxes? From their own children or from others?" Peter, though puzzled by the sudden question, answered, "From others." "Then the children are exempt," Jesus said, his voice calm but filled with meaning. The implication was clear. As the Son of God, Jesus was under no obligation to pay the tax for his Father's house. It was a statement of his divine authority and identity, a reminder that he was not bound by earthly systems. "But so that we may not cause offense," Jesus continued, his tone practical yet gracious, "go to the lake and throw out your line. Take the first fish you catch, open its mouth, and you will find a 4-drachma coin. Take it and give it to them for my tax and yours." Peter blinked, the weight of Jesus' words sinking in. Go to the lake? A coin in a fish's mouth? The instruction seemed impossibly specific, yet Peter knew better than to question it. He had seen too much. Water turned to wine, storms calmed, thousands fed with a few loaves and fish. If Jesus said it, it would be so. Without hesitation, Peter made his way to the shore of the Sea of Galilee. The water sparkled under the midday sun, its gentle waves lapping against the rocks. Peter picked up a fishing line, the feel of it familiar in his hands. Though he had spent much of his life as a fisherman, this was no ordinary task. With a practiced motion, he cast the line into the water and waited. The sounds of the town faded into the background as he focused, his heart pounding with anticipation. Moments later, he felt the tug. He pulled the line in carefully, and as the fish broke the surface, its scales glinting in the sunlight, Peter's breath caught. He reached for the fish, holding it gently but firmly. As he opened its mouth, his eyes widened. There, nestled inside, was a gleaming 4-drachma coin, the exact amount needed to pay the temple tax for both Jesus and himself. Peter laughed, a mixture of amazement and joy bubbling up within him. Only Jesus could provide in such a miraculous and unexpected way. The coin was a small object, yet it carried a profound message of God's provision and sovereignty. As Peter returned to the tax collectors, the coin in hand, his steps were lighter, his faith deeper. He handed over the payment, his heart still marveling at the experience. This wasn't just about fulfilling a requirement, it was a lesson in trust, obedience, and the unique authority of Jesus. This miracle, though small in scale compared to some of Jesus' other works, is rich with meaning. First, it highlights Jesus' divine identity. His conversation with Peter about the children being exempt reminds us that as the Son of God, he was not obligated to pay the tax. Yet, his willingness to do so that we may not cause offense reveals his humility and his commitment to meeting people where they were. Second, it underscores God's provision. The specific nature of the miracle, a coin in a fish's mouth, demonstrates that God's resources are unlimited and his timing perfect. Just as he provided for the temple tax, he provides for our needs, often in ways we could never anticipate. Finally, it teaches us about obedience and trust. Peter could have questioned the unusual instruction, but instead, he acted in faith. His willingness to follow Jesus' command led to a miraculous outcome, a reminder that God often works through our simple acts of obedience. Imagine being Peter in that moment, standing on the shore, holding a fish in your hands. You've caught thousands of fish in your lifetime, but this one is different. As you open its mouth and see the coin, you feel a rush of awe. It's not just about the money, it's about the one who knows your needs before you ask, who commands creation itself to meet them. Now imagine being one of the tax collectors, receiving the payment from Peter. You don't know the story behind the coin, but you sense there's something extraordinary about Jesus, something that defies explanation. This story challenges us to trust in God's provision, even when his methods seem unusual or unexpected. How often do we face situations where the resources we need seem out of reach? The temple tax in the fish's mouth reminds us that God is not limited by our circumstances. He can provide in ways that are beyond our imagination. It also calls us to live with humility and grace. Jesus' decision to pay the tax, even though he was under no obligation to do so, shows us the importance of avoiding unnecessary offense and meeting people where they are. Finally, this miracle invites us to act in faith. Like Peter, we may not always understand God's instructions, but when we obey, we open the door for his power to work in our lives. Whatever need you are facing today, trust that God sees it. His provision may not come in the way you expect, but it will come. Will you trust him enough to cast your line and wait for the miracle he has prepared? The streets of Jerusalem were busy with life as Jesus and his disciples walked along, the midday sun casting long shadows on the dusty roads. Merchants called out to passers-by, children played near the temple steps, and pilgrims made their way to worship. Amid the noise and movement sat a man who was often overlooked, ignored by the world around him, a man born blind. For this man, life was a series of muted sensations. He couldn't see the colors of the market stalls, the vibrant fabrics swaying in the breeze, or the faces of those who walked past him every day. He lived in darkness, dependent on the coins of strangers dropped into his outstretched hand. To many, he was just another beggar, a figure to be pitied or avoided. As Jesus and his disciples approached, the disciples turned their attention to the man. "Rabbi," one of them asked, "who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind?" Their question reflected a common belief of the time, that suffering and disability were direct punishments for sin. The man sat motionless, likely used to being the subject of such debates, but never a participant. Jesus stopped and looked at the man, his gaze filled with compassion. "Neither this man nor his parents sinned," he replied, his voice calm but authoritative. "But this happened so that the works of God might be displayed in him. As long as it is day, we must do the works of him who sent me. Night is coming when no one can work. While I am in the world, I am the light of the world." With those words, Jesus stepped toward the blind man. The disciples watched in silence as he knelt, scooped up some dirt from the ground, and spit into it, mixing it into mud with his hands. The blind man, though unable to see, felt the presence of someone near him. He didn't flinch as Jesus gently applied the mud to his eyes. "Go," Jesus said, his voice steady. "Wash in the pool of Siloam." The man's heart raced. What was this man doing? Why mud? Why the pool? He didn't understand, but something in Jesus' tone, his presence, compelled obedience. With the help of others, he made his way to the pool of Siloam. Each step was filled with anticipation, his mind swirling with questions and hope. When he reached the pool, he knelt by the water's edge. His hands trembled as he cupped the cool water and brought it to his face, washing away the mud. As the water flowed over his eyes, something extraordinary happened. For the first time in his life, light pierced through the darkness. Shapes and colors began to form, first blurry, then sharp. The blue of the sky, the sparkling water, the faces of those around him, all of it came into focus. He blinked rapidly, overwhelmed by the flood of images. "I can see," he exclaimed, his voice filled with awe and disbelief. "I can see." The man returned to the streets, his steps quick and sure, his eyes darting in every direction as he took in the world around him. People began to notice, their whispers growing louder. "Isn't this the same man who used to sit and beg?" one asked. "Some said he was," another replied, but others said, "No, he only looks like him." The man, now standing tall and confident, spoke up. "I am the man," he said, his voice steady. "How then were your eyes opened?" they asked, their curiosity tinged with disbelief. He explained, his words pouring out with excitement. "The man they called Jesus made some mud and put it on my eyes. He told me to go to Siloam and wash. So I went and washed, and then I could see." "Where is this man?" they asked. "I don't know," he replied, his voice tinged with wonder. "This miracle, recorded only in the Gospel of John, is rich with significance. First, it reveals Jesus as the light of the world. By healing the man born blind, Jesus didn't just restore physical sight. He gave a profound demonstration of his mission to bring light into spiritual darkness. The man's journey from blindness to sight mirrors the journey of faith, where understanding grows gradually until we see Jesus for who he truly is. Second, it challenges assumptions about suffering. The disciples' question, "Who sinned?" reflects a common belief that suffering is always the result of sin. Jesus, however, reframed the situation, showing that this man's condition was an opportunity for God's glory to be revealed. This challenges us to see difficulties not as punishments, but as opportunities for God to work in and through us. Third, it underscores the power of obedience. The man didn't question Jesus' unusual method, mud and washing in a specific pool. He obeyed, and his obedience led to his healing. This reminds us that even when we don't fully understand God's instructions, trust and obedience open the door for his power to work in our lives. Imagine being the man born blind, feeling the cool mud on your eyes and hearing the calm authority in Jesus' voice. Imagine the journey to the pool of Siloam, each step filled with hope and uncertainty. And then, as you wash your eyes, imagine the moment when light bursts into your vision for the first time. The faces of those around you, the colors of the world, the sheer wonder of sight. Now, imagine being in the crowd, watching as this man, once blind, returns with his eyes wide open, filled with joy. You hear his testimony, his excitement as he speaks of the man called Jesus, and you begin to wonder, who is this Jesus who can give sight to the blind? This story challenges us to reflect on our own spiritual sight. Are there areas where we are blind to God's work, where we need the light of Jesus to bring clarity and understanding? It also invites us to trust him, even when his ways seem unconventional or mysterious. Finally, it reminds us that our testimonies matter. The man born blind didn't have all the answers, but he shared what he knew. "I was blind, but now I see." His story was simple, yet powerful, pointing others to Jesus. Whatever darkness you may feel, whether it's doubt, confusion, or pain, know that Jesus is the light that can break through. Trust him to open your eyes, to bring clarity and hope, and to reveal his glory in your life. Will you let him lead you to the light? The road between Samaria and Galilee was dusty and quiet, winding through the countryside like a forgotten path. Along this road, on the outskirts of a small village, a group of 10 men stood together, their voices rising in muffled conversation. They were lepers, outcasts, forced to live apart from society. Their bodies bore the marks of the disease, discolored skin, wounds that would not heal, and limbs that had grown weak and frail. Lepers were not just physically afflicted, they were socially and emotionally isolated. No one dared approach them, and their lives were defined by their unclean status. Whenever someone came near, they were required to shout, "Unclean! Unclean!" to warn others of their presence. It was a life of exile, filled with despair and shame. But on this day, as they stood by the road, something stirred within them. Word had reached even their secluded ears that Jesus of Nazareth was passing through. Stories of his power and compassion had spread far and wide, how he healed the sick, gave sight to the blind, and even raised the dead. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could help them too. As the group saw Jesus approaching, their conversation fell silent. They stood at a distance, their breaths quickened with anticipation. Then, as if moved by a single thought, they lifted their voices together and cried out, "Jesus, Master, have pity on us!" The title Master revealed their belief in his authority, their hope in his power. They didn't step closer. They knew the laws that kept them at a distance. But their plea carried all the desperation of men who had nothing left to lose. Jesus stopped. He turned to face them, his eyes filled with compassion. He didn't flinch at their appearance, didn't recoil from their affliction. Instead, he spoke words that would change their lives forever. "Go," he said, "show yourselves to the priests." The instruction was unusual. In Jewish law, a leper could only be declared clean by a priest after being healed, allowing them to return to society. But Jesus' command came before their healing. They were still lepers, their skin still marked by disease. Yet his voice carried such authority that they obeyed without hesitation. The 10 men turned and began walking toward the village where the priests resided. With each step, their faith grew, and then, as they moved forward in obedience, it happened. The first man noticed his hands. The discolored patches of skin had begun to fade, the sores disappearing as if washed away. Another man felt strength returning to his legs, his once weakened muscles steadying beneath him. One by one, they looked at their arms, their faces, their bodies, and realized they were healed. Their pace quickened, their voices rising in shouts of joy. "I'm healed!" one exclaimed, his laughter breaking through the silence of years spent in despair. "Look at my skin!" another cried, holding out his arms in amazement. The 10 men began to run, their footsteps pounding the earth as they rushed to show the priests, their hearts overflowing with gratitude and excitement. But one of them stopped. He slowed his steps, his gaze shifting from his healed hands to the figure of Jesus in the distance. While the others ran ahead, eager to embrace their new lives, this man turned back. Something deep within him compelled him to return, to offer thanks to the one who had done this for him. The man fell at Jesus' feet, his voice trembling with emotion as he praised God. "Thank you, Lord," he said, his words filled with reverence and gratitude. "Thank you for healing me, for giving me my life back." Jesus looked down at him, a warm smile on his face, but then his expression shifted, tinged with sorrow. "Were not all 10 cleansed?" he asked. "Where are the other 9? Has no one returned to give praise to God except this foreigner?" The man was a Samaritan, an outsider not only because of his disease, but also because of his ethnicity. Yet he was the one who recognized the miracle for what it truly was, a gift from God. Jesus' voice softened as he spoke to the man. "Rise and go. Your faith has made you well." This miracle is rich with lessons that resonate deeply. First, it reveals the power of obedience. The 10 lepers were healed as they walked toward the priests, demonstrating that faith often requires action before results are visible. Their willingness to follow Jesus' command, even before they saw evidence of their healing, opened the door for the miracle to occur. Second, it highlights the importance of gratitude. While all 10 were healed, only one returned to thank Jesus. His gratitude set him apart, revealing a heart that truly recognized and honored the source of the blessing. This challenges us to consider how often we thank God for the blessings in our lives, or if we, like the 9, move on without pausing to give praise. Finally, this story underscores the inclusiveness of Jesus' mission. The man who returned was a Samaritan, a group often despised by the Jews. Yet, Jesus welcomed his gratitude and affirmed his faith, reminding us that God's love and mercy extend to all people, regardless of background or status. Imagine being one of the lepers, standing by the road, your body marked by years of disease and suffering. You cry out to Jesus, and as you walk away in obedience, you feel the healing power coursing through your body. The weight of your affliction lifts, and for the first time in years, you are whole. Now imagine being the one who turned back. As the others rush to the priests, you stop, your heart overwhelmed by the magnitude of what has happened. You fall at Jesus' feet, tears streaming down your face. And in that moment, you feel not just healed, but truly seen and loved. This story challenges us to live with a heart of gratitude. How often do we receive God's blessings without stopping to thank Him? Are we like the 9, eager to move forward, or like the 1, willing to pause and give praise? It also invites us to trust in God's instructions, even when the outcome isn't immediately clear. The lepers walked in faith, and their healing came as they obeyed. What step of faith might God be asking you to take today? Finally, this miracle reminds us that Jesus sees and cares for those on the margins. The lepers, outcasts of society, were not forgotten by Him. Their cries for mercy reached His ears, and His compassion reached their lives. Whatever you're facing, know that Jesus hears your cry. He calls you to trust Him, to walk in faith, and to live with a heart of gratitude. Will you return to give thanks and praise the one who meets you with mercy and love? The news reached Jesus in a distant town. Lazarus, his dear friend, was gravely ill. Mary and Martha, Lazarus' sisters, had sent word, their message simple but urgent. Lord, the one you love is sick. They knew Jesus' power. They had seen it firsthand. They believed that if anyone could save their brother, it was Him. But instead of rushing to Bethany, Jesus did something unexpected. He stayed where He was for 2 more days. His disciples were puzzled, but Jesus explained, "This sickness will not end in death. No, it is for God's glory, so that God's Son may be glorified through it." His words carried a weight that would only make sense later. Finally, Jesus told His disciples, "Let us go back to Judea." The journey was risky. The religious leaders in the region had already sought to kill Him, but Jesus was resolute. "Our friend Lazarus has fallen asleep," He said, "but I'm going there to wake him up." The disciples, confused, replied, "Lord, if he sleeps, he will get better." Then Jesus spoke plainly, "Lazarus is dead, and for your sake I am glad I was not there, so that you may believe. But let us go to him." By the time Jesus arrived in Bethany, Lazarus had been in the tomb for 4 days. The mourning rituals were well underway. Friends, neighbors, and hired mourners surrounded Mary and Martha, their wailing filling the air. The sisters were overcome with grief, their home heavy with the weight of loss. When Martha heard that Jesus was near, she rushed out to meet Him, her face streaked with tears. "Lord," she said, her voice breaking. "If you had been here, my brother would not have died." Her words carried both sorrow and faith. She believed in Jesus' power, even as she struggled to understand why he had delayed. Jesus looked at her, his gaze steady and compassionate. "Your brother will rise again," he said. Martha nodded, her understanding grounded in Jewish belief. "I know he will rise again in the resurrection at the last day." But Jesus' next words were unlike anything she had heard before. "I am the resurrection and the life. The one who believes in me will live even though they die, and whoever lives by believing in me will never die. Do you believe this?" "Yes, Lord," Martha replied, her voice trembling with conviction. "I believe that you are the Messiah, the Son of God, who is to come into the world." Martha returned to the house and whispered to Mary, "The teacher is here and is asking for you." Mary, weeping, rose quickly and went to him, followed by the mourners who thought she was heading to the tomb. When she reached Jesus, she fell at his feet, her tears flowing freely. "Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died," she said, echoing her sister's words. Jesus, seeing her grief and the mourning crowd, was deeply moved. The Gospel says he was troubled in spirit and even wept. The Son of God, fully divine yet fully human, shared in their sorrow, his tears a testament to his compassion. "Where have you laid him?" he asked. "Come and see, Lord," they replied. When they arrived at the tomb, a cave sealed with a heavy stone, Jesus said, "Take away the stone." Martha hesitated, her practical mind voicing the unthinkable. "But Lord," she said, "by this time there is a bad odor, for he has been there 4 days." Jesus turned to her, his words filled with gentle authority. "Did I not tell you that if you believe, you will see the glory of God?" The stone was rolled away, revealing the dark entrance of the tomb. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on Jesus. He lifted his face toward heaven and prayed, "Father, I thank you that you have heard me. I knew that you always hear me, but I said this for the benefit of the people standing here, that they may believe that you sent me." Then, with a voice that carried the power of creation, Jesus called out, "Lazarus, come out!" For a moment nothing happened. The air was heavy with tension, every eye on the tomb. Then, slowly, a figure emerged from the shadows. Lazarus, still wrapped in burial cloths, stepped into the light, his face covered by the strips of linen. Gasps and cries of astonishment erupted from the crowd. "Take off the grave clothes and let him go," Jesus said, his voice calm but commanding. As the cloths were removed, Lazarus stood before them alive and whole. Mary and Martha rushed to him, their tears of grief transformed into tears of joy. The crowd, stunned into silence, began to praise God, their voices rising in awe and wonder. This miracle, perhaps the most dramatic of Jesus' earthly ministry, is rich with meaning. First, it reveals Jesus' power over death. By raising Lazarus, he demonstrated his authority as the giver of life, foreshadowing his own resurrection and the eternal life he offers to all who believe. Second, it highlights the depth of Jesus' compassion. He didn't rush to perform the miracle. He entered into the grief of Mary, Martha, and the crowd, sharing their sorrow even as he prepared to reverse it. His tears remind us that God is not distant from our pain. He is with us in our suffering. Finally, it challenges us to trust in God's timing. Jesus' delay was not a denial, but a deliberate act to reveal God's glory in a way that would strengthen the faith of all who witnessed it. Imagine standing at the tomb that day, hearing Jesus' command, and then seeing Lazarus step into the light. The crowd's cries of astonishment mix with your own awe as you realize you are witnessing the power of God, breaking through the finality of death. Now imagine being Lazarus, awakening in the darkness of the tomb and hearing Jesus' voice call your name. You step forward, feeling the light and warmth on your face, and you see your sisters rushing toward you, their joy uncontainable. This story invites us to reflect on our own lives. Are there areas where we feel trapped in darkness, where hope seems lost? Jesus' words, "I am the resurrection and the life," remind us that he has the power to bring life to what feels dead. Whether it's a broken relationship, a crushed dream, or a weary soul. It also calls us to faith even when we don't understand God's timing. Like Mary and Martha, we may feel that Jesus is too late, but his plans are always perfect, revealing his glory in ways beyond our comprehension. Finally, it reminds us that Jesus calls each of us by name, inviting us to step out of the darkness and into the light of his love. Will you trust him to roll away the stone and call you into new life? The air inside the Pharisee's house was thick with tension. It was the Sabbath, and the home, usually a place of quiet refinement, was now a gathering place filled with scholars and religious leaders. They had invited Jesus to dine with them, but their intentions were far from hospitable. They watched him closely, their eyes sharp and calculating, hoping to catch him in some misstep that would give them grounds to accuse him. The long, low table was set with an abundance of food, and the soft murmur of conversation filled the room. But there was an undercurrent of unease, like the calm before a storm. Among the invited guests sat a man with dropsy, his body swollen with fluid, his movements slow and labored. His condition was visible to everyone in the room, a silent reminder of his suffering. The man sat quietly, his eyes downcast. He knew why he was there. The Pharisees had brought him in not out of compassion, but as a trap. They wanted to see what Jesus would do. Healing on the Sabbath was considered a violation of their strict interpretation of the law, and they were certain that Jesus' compassion would compel him to act. Jesus, aware of their thoughts, said nothing at first. He let the tension build, let their watchful eyes linger on him. Then, breaking the silence, he asked a question that pierced the room like a blade. "Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath or not?" The Pharisees exchanged glances, their faces impassive. They had no answer, at least not one they were willing to speak aloud. To say no would reveal the cruelty of their legalism. To say yes would undermine their own authority. So they remained silent, their silence speaking volumes. Jesus turned his attention to the man with dropsy. His expression softened, his eyes filled with compassion. He stepped forward, placing a hand gently on the man's shoulder. Without a word, he healed him. The man's swollen limbs returned to normal, the tightness in his chest eased, and his strength returned. He looked at his hands, his legs, his body, whole and well for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Tears filled his eyes as he rose, his voice trembling with gratitude. "Thank you," he said, his words simple but heartfelt. Jesus nodded, a small, reassuring smile on his face. Then he sent the man away, releasing him from the scrutiny of the room and the weight of the Pharisees' schemes. But Jesus wasn't finished. Turning back to the room, he addressed the Pharisees directly, his voice steady and firm. "If one of you has a child or an ox that falls into a well on the Sabbath day, will you not immediately pull it out?" The question hung in the air, exposing the hypocrisy of their hearts. They valued their own possessions and convenience over the suffering of others. They would act to save an animal, but hesitated when it came to healing a man. Once again, they had no answer. The room fell silent, the weight of Jesus' words pressing on everyone present. This miracle, though seemingly small compared to others, is rich with significance. First, it highlights Jesus' compassion. He didn't hesitate to heal the man, even though he knew it would provoke criticism. His focus wasn't on the rules or the potential backlash. It was on the person in front of him. This reminds us that Jesus always prioritizes people over rituals, love over legalism. Second, it exposes the Pharisees' hypocrisy. Their rigid interpretation of the law had blinded them to its true purpose, to honor God and care for others. Jesus' question about rescuing a child or an ox revealed their willingness to bend the rules when it suited them, even as they criticized him for doing good. Finally, it challenges us to examine our own hearts. Are there times when we prioritize rules, traditions, or appearances over compassion? Jesus' actions call us to align our lives with the spirit of God's law, which is rooted in love and mercy. Imagine being in the room that day watching as Jesus healed the man with dropsy. You see the transformation in his body, the relief and joy on his face. You hear Jesus' words cutting through the tension, exposing the Pharisees' hypocrisy and reminding everyone of what truly matters. The atmosphere shifts, the weight of the moment lingering long after the man has left. Now, imagine being the man. For years, you've lived with pain and discomfort, with the stares and whispers of those who see you as unclean or cursed. You sit in the Pharisee's house, knowing you're being used as a pawn, yet unable to leave. Then Jesus touches you, and everything changes. The weight lifts, the pain disappears, and you feel whole again. For the first time in years, you walk with strength, with freedom, with hope. This story challenges us to reflect on how we respond to the needs of others. Do we, like the Pharisees, focus on rules and appearances? Or do we, like Jesus, act with compassion, even when it's inconvenient or controversial? It also invites us to trust in Jesus' ability to heal, not just physically, but also spiritually and emotionally. The man with dropsy didn't ask to be healed, yet Jesus saw his need and acted. This reminds us that God's compassion reaches us even when we don't know how to ask for it. Finally, this miracle calls us to live out the heart of God's law. True obedience isn't about rigidly following rules. It's about reflecting God's love and mercy in our actions. Whatever burdens you're carrying, whatever pain or isolation you feel, know that Jesus sees you. He moves toward you with compassion, offering healing and hope. Will you let him touch your life and transform your heart? The sun was beginning to set over Jericho, casting long shadows across the bustling streets. Pilgrims, merchants, and townspeople moved about with purpose, their voices mingling in a cacophony of conversation and commerce. Among the crowd, the presence of Jesus added a new energy. His name was on everyone's lips, and a large crowd followed him as he made his way out of the city, eager to witness his next miracle or hear his words of wisdom. But amidst the excitement, one man sat by the roadside, his world shrouded in darkness. Blind Bartimaeus, well known among the townspeople, had spent countless days in this same spot, his hands outstretched, his voice calling for alms. He couldn't see the commotion, but he could hear it, the shuffling of feet, the buzz of voices, and the unmistakable hum of something extraordinary happening. "What's going on, Ichi?" he asked, his voice cutting through the noise around him. "It's Jesus of Nazareth," someone replied. Bartimaeus' heart leapt. He had heard of Jesus, the teacher and healer who performed miracles beyond comprehension. This was his chance, perhaps his only chance, to reach the one person who could change his life forever. He began to shout, his voice loud and raw with desperation, "Jesus, Son of David, have mercy on me." The title, Son of David, was significant. It was a declaration of faith, an acknowledgement of Jesus as the Messiah, the promised Savior of Israel. Bartimaeus couldn't see Jesus, but he believed in him, and his faith gave him the courage to cry out. The crowd, however, wasn't as compassionate. They turned to him, their faces filled with irritation. "Be quiet," some of them snapped, waving him off as though his cries were an annoyance. But Bartimaeus refused to be silenced. Instead of shrinking back, he shouted even louder, his voice rising above the noise of the crowd. "Son of David, have mercy on me." Jesus stopped. The crowd froze, their attention shifting to the teacher they followed. Jesus turned and said, "Call him." The same people who had just tried to silence Bartimaeus now approached him, their tones softer, almost apologetic. "Cheer up! On your feet! He's calling you," they said. Bartimaeus didn't hesitate. Throwing his cloak aside, he jumped to his feet and made his way toward Jesus. The cloak, likely his only possession and a means of collecting alms, was abandoned without a second thought. His heart raced as he stumbled forward, guided by the voices around him. When he reached Jesus, the crowd watched in silence, their eyes darting between the blind man and the teacher. Jesus looked at Bartimaeus with compassion, his gaze steady and kind. "What do you want me to do for you?" he asked. Bartimaeus didn't pause or hesitate. His answer was simple, but filled with faith. "Rabbi, I want to see." Jesus smiled, his voice gentle but firm. "Go," he said, "your faith has healed you." In that moment, Bartimaeus blinked and light flooded into his eyes. Colors, shapes, faces, all of it came into focus for the first time. He could see. The man who had spent his life in darkness now stood bathed in the brilliance of the world around him. His first sight was Jesus standing before him, his expression filled with love and joy. Tears streamed down Bartimaeus' face as he fell to his knees, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Lord," he whispered, his voice trembling. The crowd erupted in amazement, their murmurs turning to shouts of praise. "He healed him," someone exclaimed. "This truly is the Son of David." But Bartimaeus didn't return to the roadside or resume his life as a beggar. Instead, he joined the crowd following Jesus, his steps sure and steady, his voice lifted in worship. The man who had once sat in darkness now walked in the light, both physically and spiritually, a living testimony to the power and compassion of the Messiah. This miracle, recorded in all three synoptic Gospels, is rich with meaning and lessons for us today. First, it highlights the power of persistent faith. Bartimaeus didn't let the crowd's rebukes silence him. He cried out all the louder, his desperation matched only by his belief that Jesus could heal him. His persistence challenges us to pursue Jesus with the same determination, even when obstacles arise. Second, it reveals Jesus' compassion. Despite the crowd's noise and the many demands on his time, Jesus stopped for Bartimaeus. He didn't see him as an interruption, but as a person in need, worthy of his attention and love. This reminds us that no matter how insignificant we may feel, Jesus sees us, hears our cries, and responds with care. Finally, it underscores the transformative power of encountering Jesus. Bartimaeus didn't just receive his sight, he received a new purpose. His healing led him to follow Jesus, his life forever changed by the one who brought him out of darkness. Imagine being in the crowd that day, watching as Bartimaeus cried out with such passion and persistence. You hear the irritation in the voices of those around you, telling him to be quiet. But then you see Jesus stop, his expression filled with compassion, and when Bartimaeus is healed, you can't help but join in the shouts of praise, marveling at the miracle before your eyes. Now imagine being Bartimaeus. You spent your life in darkness, your days marked by the sound of passing footsteps and the feel of coins in your hand. Then, in a single moment, the world bursts into view. You see the faces of those around you, the colors of the sky, and most importantly, the face of the one who healed you. This story challenges us to reflect on our own faith. Are there areas of our lives where we feel stuck, crying out for mercy? Like Bartimaeus, are we willing to persist, to call out to Jesus even when the world tries to silence us? It also invites us to respond with gratitude. Bartimaeus didn't just receive his sight and walk away. He followed Jesus, his life a living testimony of what the Messiah had done for him. How might we follow Jesus more faithfully, allowing his work in our lives to inspire others? Whatever darkness you may feel trapped in, know that Jesus hears your cry. He stops, calls you to him, and asks, "What do you want me to do for you?" Will you, like Bartimaeus, respond with faith and let him bring you into the light? The morning sun was just beginning to rise as Jesus and his disciples walked along the road from Bethany to Jerusalem. The air was crisp, the landscape bathed in golden light. The events of the previous day lingered heavily in their minds. Jesus had entered the temple and overturned the tables of the money changers, his righteous anger exposing the corruption within God's house. Today, the tension in the air was palpable, as though the very earth anticipated the steps of the Messiah. As they walked, Jesus, fully human as well as fully divine, felt hunger. Ahead, by the side of the road, a fig tree caught his eye. Its branches were lush with leaves, signaling promise and abundance. To the casual observer, it appeared healthy and thriving, a tree full of life. But as Jesus approached, something became evident. The tree bore no fruit. It was all show and no substance, a facade of productivity masking its emptiness. The disciples watched as Jesus examined the tree, his gaze sharp and discerning. Then, in a voice filled with authority, he said, "May no one ever eat fruit from you again." His words were not shouted, nor did they carry anger, yet they resonated with such power that the disciples exchanged uneasy glances. Why curse the tree, they wondered. What did this mean? The group continued on to Jerusalem, where Jesus once again entered the temple courts. His presence there was electric, his teachings cutting through the hearts of those who listened. But for the disciples, the fig tree remained in the back of their minds, a puzzling moment they could not yet understand. The next morning, as they retraced their steps, they approached the same road where the tree stood. Peter, ever quick to notice, gasped, "Rabbi, look! The fig tree you cursed has withered from the roots." The once lush tree was now a skeletal shadow of itself, its leaves shriveled, its branches brittle. The transformation was total, and it left the disciples awestruck. Jesus turned to them, his expression calm but intentional. He didn't explain the curse or dwell on the tree. Instead, he spoke about faith. "Have faith in God," he said. "Truly I tell you, if anyone says to this mountain, 'Go, throw yourself into the sea,' and does not doubt in their heart, but believes that what they say will happen, it will be done for them." His words challenged them to see beyond the surface, beyond the visible. The withered tree was more than a warning. It was a lesson in spiritual fruitfulness, faith, and the power of prayer. This miracle, though unique in its symbolic nature, is deeply significant. First, it serves as a warning against hypocrisy. The fig tree, full of leaves but barren of fruit, represents those who appear outwardly religious but lack the genuine faith and works that please God. Just as the tree was judged for its unfruitfulness, so too will those who profess faith but fail to live it out. It's a call to examine our own lives. Are we bearing fruit, or are we simply putting on a show? Second, it highlights the power of faith. Jesus' teaching about moving mountains was not hyperbole. It was an invitation to trust in God's unlimited power. He reminded the disciples that faith, rooted in God, can accomplish the impossible. This challenges us to ask, do we truly believe in the power of prayer? Do we trust God to work in and through us? Finally, it underscores the importance of forgiveness. Jesus concluded his teaching by saying, "And when you stand praying, if you hold anything against anyone, forgive them, so that your Father in heaven may forgive you your sins." This connection between faith and forgiveness reveals the heart of God, a God who values relationship, reconciliation, and grace. Imagine being one of the disciples standing before the withered tree. You saw it just yesterday, vibrant and full of promise, and now it is utterly lifeless. The weight of Jesus' words hangs in the air. Have faith in God. You feel both the challenge and the invitation, the call to examine your own heart and live a life that bears fruit. Now, imagine being Jesus, walking toward the tree and seeing beyond its leaves to its barrenness. You understand its significance, not as a simple plant, but as a symbol of spiritual truth. Your words, spoken with authority, carry both judgment and grace, teaching those around you the deeper realities of faith and action. This story challenges us to reflect on the fruitfulness of our lives. Are we like the fig tree, presenting an image of health but bearing no fruit? Or are we cultivating a faith that is alive, vibrant, and productive? It also invites us to trust in the power of prayer. Jesus' words about moving mountains remind us that faith is not about what we can do, but about what God can do through us. Are there mountains in your life, challenges, fears, or doubts that you need to bring to Him in faith? Finally, it calls us to forgiveness. Just as faith requires trust, prayer requires a heart free of bitterness. Are there relationships in your life that need reconciliation? The withering of the fig tree is not just a story of judgment, it is a story of invitation. Jesus invites us to examine our hearts, to trust in God's power, and to live lives that reflect His love and grace. Whatever challenges or doubts you face, remember His words. Have faith in God. Will you accept the invitation to bear fruit and walk in faith? The Garden of Gethsemane was heavy with tension. The quiet of the night was broken only by the rustling of olive branches in the wind and the soft whispers of Jesus' disciples. The hour was late, and the weight of what was about to unfold hung thick in the air. Jesus had prayed earnestly, his sweat like drops of blood falling to the ground, and now he stood ready, resolute. The disciples, though tired, felt the unease. Something was coming, something they could not fully understand but could feel in the pit of their stomachs. Suddenly, the stillness shattered. Torches flickered in the distance, their flames growing brighter as a mob approached. The sound of heavy boots and clinking weapons echoed through the garden. Led by Judas, a detachment of soldiers and officials from the chief priests arrived, their faces hard with determination. Judas stepped forward, his expression unreadable. The disciples tensed as he approached Jesus, his steps deliberate. Then, with a gesture that would forever be remembered for its betrayal, Judas kissed him. "Judas," Jesus said, his voice calm but piercing, "are you betraying the Son of Man with a kiss?" The soldiers surged forward, their hands gripping weapons and ropes. The disciples reacted instinctively, fear and loyalty battling within them. Peter, always the most impulsive, reached for the sword at his side. In one swift motion, he drew it and swung, aiming to protect his Lord. His blade struck Malchus, the high priest's servant, slicing off his ear. Malchus cried out in pain, stumbling backward, blood streaming down the side of his face. The scene erupted into chaos. Soldiers shouted, the disciples moved to defend themselves, and Malchus clutched his wound, his eyes wide with shock and agony. But in the midst of the turmoil, Jesus' voice cut through like a command from heaven. "No more of this," he said, his tone firm yet filled with sorrow. All movement stopped. The soldiers froze. The disciples hesitated, and even Malchus, despite his pain, turned toward the man who spoke with such authority. Jesus stepped forward, his expression calm but resolute. He knelt beside Malchus, his gaze meeting the servant's. The pain and fear in Malchus's eyes were met with compassion. Without hesitation, Jesus reached out and touched the man's injured ear. In an instant the bleeding stopped, the pain vanished, and the ear was restored, whole, unmarked, as though the injury had never occurred. Malchus reached up, his fingers trembling as they brushed against his ear. His expression shifted from shock to awe, his lips parting in silent wonder. The crowd watched, stunned into silence. The soldiers who had come ready for violence were momentarily disarmed by the miracle they had just witnessed. The disciples, still gripping their weapons, stared in disbelief. Even Peter, whose actions had caused the injury, lowered his sword, his face a mixture of guilt and confusion. "Put your sword back in its place," Jesus said, turning to Peter, "for all who draw the sword will die by the sword. Do you think I cannot call on my Father, and he will at once put at my disposal more than 12 legions of angels? But how then would the scriptures be fulfilled that say it must happen in this way?" The weight of his words hung in the air, silencing any further argument. Jesus, bound yet free in his resolve, turned to the mob. "Am I leading a rebellion," he asked, "that you have come out with swords and clubs to capture me? Every day I sat in the temple courts teaching, and you did not lay a hand on me. But this is your hour, when darkness reigns." The soldiers, shaken but determined, moved forward to arrest him. The disciples, overwhelmed and frightened, began to scatter. The night, once filled with the quiet rustle of olive trees, now carried the sounds of betrayal, retreat, and the heavy march of soldiers leading Jesus away. This miracle, though brief, carries profound significance. First, it reveals Jesus' unwavering compassion. Even in the face of betrayal, arrest, and impending suffering, his concern extended to an enemy, a servant of those who had come to take him away. His act of healing Malchus was a gesture of mercy, a demonstration of his love for all people, even those who stood against him. Second, it underscores the contrast between Jesus' mission and the expectations of his followers. Peter, like many, believed in a Messiah who would conquer through force, but Jesus' rebuke reminded him and us that his kingdom is not of this world. Victory would not come through violence, but through sacrifice. Finally, this moment highlights the power of peace over chaos. Amid the turmoil of the arrest, Jesus' healing touch brought calm and clarity. It was a glimpse of the kingdom of God breaking through, a reminder that even in the darkest hour, his light shines. Imagine being Malchus, clutching your ear as pain sears through your body. You see the man you've come to arrest kneel before you, his hand reaching out. When he touches you, the pain disappears, replaced by an overwhelming sense of peace. You reach up, your fingers tracing the place where the wound once was, and you realize it's been restored. Now imagine being Peter, watching as Jesus undoes the injury you caused in a moment of fear and anger. You hear his words, "No more of this," and feel the weight of his rebuke. The sword in your hand feels heavy, unnecessary, as you begin to grasp the depth of his mission. This story challenges us to reflect on our own responses to conflict. Are there times when, like Peter, we act out of fear or impulse, relying on force rather than faith? Jesus' actions remind us that his way is one of peace, mercy, and trust in God's plan. It also invites us to consider the power of compassion. In healing Malchus, Jesus showed that love is not reserved for friends or allies. It extends even to those who oppose us. How might we follow his example, offering grace and kindness in the face of hostility? Finally, this miracle calls us to trust in God's sovereignty. Jesus could have summoned legions of angels to prevent his arrest, but he chose the path of obedience, knowing it was the way to fulfill his purpose. Do we trust God enough to lay down our swords and follow his lead, even when it seems counterintuitive? The healing of Malchus is a story of mercy in the midst of betrayal, peace in the midst of chaos, and love in the face of opposition. Whatever conflicts or challenges you face, let this moment remind you that Jesus' way is one of healing, grace, and ultimate victory through surrender. Will you trust him to guide your steps and bring peace to your heart? The Sea of Galilee lay quiet in the early morning light, its surface smooth and glassy under a pale grey sky. The air was cool, carrying the scent of water and earth. 7 of the disciples were gathered there, restless in the wake of the crucifixion and resurrection. Though they had seen the risen Jesus twice already, their hearts were heavy with unanswered questions and uncertainty about what was to come. It was Peter who broke the silence. "I'm going out to fish," he announced, his voice carrying the weight of a man seeking solace in the familiar. The others nodded, their own uncertainty driving them to join him. Fishing was what they knew, a tangible task in a world that suddenly felt unpredictable. They climbed into the boat, the creak of wood and the splash of oars breaking the stillness. The water lapped softly against the hull as they rowed out, their movements steady and practiced. When they reached a promising spot, they cast their nets into the sea. But the hours dragged on, and nothing came. They cast the nets again and again, their muscles aching, their spirits sinking. The nets came up empty every time, the weight of their failure pressing on them like the weight of the water itself. The night passed slowly, and by dawn, exhaustion and frustration etched deep lines on their faces. As the first light of day began to creep over the horizon, the shore came into view. There on the shore stood a figure. From their boat, the disciples couldn't make out who it was, but the man's voice carried across the water, clear and steady. "Friends, haven't you any fish?" "No," they called back, their answer tinged with the bitterness of a fruitless night. "Throw your net on the right side of the boat," the man said, "and you will find some." The disciples hesitated, glancing at one another. The suggestion seemed strange, almost unnecessary. What difference would one side of the boat make? But something about the man's voice, calm, assured, compelled them to obey. They cast the net on the right side, the rope slipping through their hands as the net sank into the water. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, suddenly, the rope pulled taut. The net was heavy, impossibly so. The disciples gripped it tightly, their hands straining as they began to haul it in. Fish, large, gleaming, writhing, filled the net to the point of bursting. It was a catch unlike anything they had ever seen. "It is the Lord!" John exclaimed, his voice filled with wonder. Peter's heart leapt at the words. Without hesitation, he wrapped his outer garment around himself, jumped into the water, and began swimming toward the shore. The others stayed in the boat, hauling the net filled with fish behind them. When Peter reached the shore, the sight before him stopped him in his tracks. Jesus was there, standing beside a small fire. Fish sizzled on the glowing embers, and bread lay ready to be shared. The smell of it mingled with the salt air, the simplicity of the scene both ordinary and extraordinary. "Bring some of the fish you have just caught," Jesus said, his voice warm and inviting. Peter, dripping wet and breathless, hurried to help the others as they dragged the net onto the shore. They counted 153 large fish. their abundance a testament to the miracle they had just witnessed. Yet despite the number, the net had not torn. "Come and have breakfast," Jesus said. The disciples approached the fire hesitantly, their hearts pounding. They knew it was the Lord, but the awe of seeing him again held them in quiet reverence. Jesus took the bread and fish, breaking it and giving it to them. The warmth of the food in their hands, the taste of it on their tongues, carried a deeper meaning. It was provision, fellowship, and love. As they ate, the memories of another miraculous catch of fish flooded their minds, how Jesus had called them to leave their nets and follow him, promising they would become fishers of men. Now, after all they had experienced, his teachings, his miracles, his death and his resurrection, this moment felt like a renewal of that call. This miracle, the third appearance of the risen Jesus to his disciples, is layered with profound significance. First, it demonstrates Jesus' provision. The disciples had labored all night with no success, but with one command, their efforts were transformed. This reminds us that apart from Jesus, our work is empty, but with him, even the impossible becomes abundant. Second, it reflects his invitation to intimacy. Jesus didn't meet his disciples with a grand display of power. He met them with breakfast by the sea. This act of sharing a meal was personal, comforting, and deeply relational, reminding us that Jesus desires closeness with us. Finally, it reaffirms their mission. The miraculous catch of fish wasn't just about provision. It was a reminder of their calling to bring others into the kingdom of God. Just as the net was filled to overflowing, so would their work as fishers of men bear fruit when guided by Jesus. Imagine being in the boat that morning, your muscles sore and your spirits low after a long, fruitless night. Then you hear the voice from the shore, and when you obey, the net fills beyond your wildest expectations. The realization that it is Jesus sends a surge of joy and awe through your heart. Now imagine sitting by the fire, the warmth of the flames and the taste of the bread and fish grounding you in the reality of the moment. You look at Jesus, his hands breaking the bread, his eyes filled with love, and you feel the weight of his presence, both comforting and commissioning. This story challenges us to trust in Jesus' provision, even when our own efforts fall short. Are there areas of your life where you've been laboring without success, where you need to cast your net on the other side and trust his guidance? It also invites us to deepen our relationship with him. Just as he met the disciples with a simple meal, he meets us in the ordinary moments of our lives, offering his presence and love. How might you make space to sit by the fire with him, to hear his voice and feel his care? Finally, it reminds us of our mission. The abundant catch of fish is a picture of what is possible when we follow Jesus' call. Are you ready to cast your net, to step into the work he has prepared for you? The second miraculous catch of fish is a story of provision, fellowship, and purpose. Whatever season you're in, let this moment remind you that Jesus is with you, providing for your needs, inviting you into deeper relationship, and calling you to a life of fruitful service. Will you trust him to fill your nets and lead you forward? The dawn of that Sunday morning broke quietly over Jerusalem. The city, still under the shadow of the crucifixion, lay subdued. The events of the past days, the trial, the mocking, the brutal execution, had left those who followed Jesus in despair. Hope, once so alive, seemed buried in the tomb alongside their teacher. But even in their sorrow, devotion compelled some to act. Mary Magdalene and a few other women rose early, their hands carrying spices meant to anoint Jesus' body. Their steps were heavy as they approached the tomb, their hearts weighed down by grief. The air was cool and still, the path to the garden quiet, except for the sound of their footsteps. How will we roll the stone away? One of them wondered aloud, her voice breaking the silence. The massive stone sealing the tomb was far too heavy for them to move alone. Yet they pressed on, determined to honor the one who had changed their lives forever. As they neared the tomb, an earthquake suddenly shook the ground beneath their feet. The earth trembled, and the women cried out, clutching one another for support. When the shaking stopped, they looked up and froze. The stone, the one they had worried over, had already been rolled away. Sitting upon it was an angel, his appearance radiant like lightning, his clothes as white as snow. The women shielded their eyes, their breath catching in their throats. The sight was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. "Do not be afraid," the angel said, his voice steady and calm. "I know that you're looking for Jesus, who was crucified. He is not here. He has risen, just as he said. Come and see the place where he lay." The women stepped forward cautiously, their hearts pounding. Peering into the tomb, they saw the linen strips that had wrapped Jesus' body lying neatly on the stone slab. The tomb was empty. "Go quickly," the angel continued, "and tell his disciples, he has risen from the dead and is going ahead of you into Galilee. There you will see him. Now I have told you." The women turned and ran, their feet flying over the ground. Fear and joy mingled within them, their minds racing to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Then, suddenly, they stopped in their tracks. Before them stood Jesus. "Greetings," he said, his voice calm, yet filled with warmth. The women fell to the ground, their hands clasping his feet, their tears flowing freely. "Lord," Mary Magdalene whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "Do not be afraid," Jesus said gently. "Go and tell my brothers to go to Galilee. There they will see me." Meanwhile, the disciples were gathered behind locked doors, fear gripping their hearts. They had heard whispers of the empty tomb, but confusion and doubt clouded their minds. Could it be true? Suddenly, without a sound, Jesus appeared among them. "Peace be with you," he said. The disciples gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. Some reached out hesitantly, their hands trembling as they touched the scars on his hands and side. "It is the Lord," one of them whispered, the realization dawning upon them. Jesus smiled, his presence filling the room with a sense of peace that calmed their fears. "As the Father has sent me, I am sending you," he said. Then he breathed on them and said, "Receive the Holy Spirit." Over the next 40 days, Jesus appeared to many of his followers. He walked alongside 2 disciples on the road to Emmaus, opening the scriptures to them and revealing himself in the breaking of bread. He appeared to Thomas, who had doubted until he could see and touch the scars for himself. "My Lord and my God," Thomas exclaimed, falling to his knees. He appeared to groups both small and large, including more than 500 at one time, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was alive. Each encounter reignited the hope and faith of his followers, transforming their despair into boldness. The resurrection of Jesus is the cornerstone of the Christian faith, the ultimate miracle that changed everything. First, it demonstrates Jesus' victory over death. By rising from the dead, he conquered sin and the grave, breaking their power forever. His resurrection is not just his triumph, it is the promise of new life for all who believe in him. Second, it confirms his identity as the Son of God. The resurrection validated everything Jesus had taught and claimed about himself. It proved that he was not merely a prophet or teacher, but the Savior of the world, sent by God to redeem humanity. Finally, it commissions his followers. The resurrection wasn't just an event to be marveled at, it was a call to action. Jesus sent his disciples into the world to proclaim the good news, to make disciples of all nations, and to live as witnesses of the transformative power of his resurrection. Imagine being Mary Magdalene that morning, standing in the garden, your heart broken with grief. Then, in an instant, you see him, the one you thought was gone forever, standing before you, alive and whole. Imagine the surge of joy and wonder, the overwhelming realization that death has not won. Now imagine being one of the disciples in the locked room, the fear of persecution weighing heavily on you. Then Jesus appears, his presence filling the room with peace and his scars speaking of his sacrifice. You feel your fear melt away, replaced by a boldness to go and tell the world what you have seen. This story challenges us to reflect on the power of the resurrection in our own lives. Are there areas where we feel trapped in the darkness of doubt or despair? The empty tomb reminds us that Jesus brings hope and life even in the most hopeless situations. It also calls us to live as witnesses of his resurrection. Just as the disciples were sent into the world to proclaim the good news, we too are called to share the message of Jesus' victory over death. Finally, it invites us to worship. The resurrection is not just a historical event, it is a living reality that transforms us and calls us to respond with gratitude, awe, and devotion. Whatever doubts, fears, or struggles you face, know this: he is risen. The same power that raised Jesus from the dead is at work in your life, bringing hope, renewal, and eternal life. Will you embrace the victory of the resurrection and live in its power? The room was dimly lit, the shutters closed tightly over the windows. The disciples huddled together, their faces lined with fear and uncertainty. The events of the past few days had been overwhelming. Jesus' arrest, his brutal crucifixion, and now the mysterious news of an empty tomb. Rumors swirled, whispers of resurrection and sightings, but the disciples weren't sure what to believe. The door was locked, bolted against the threat of those who might come looking for them next. Outside, Jerusalem was alive with Passover celebrations and the lingering tension of Roman rule. Inside, the disciples sat in near silence, their conversations halting and strained. Peter paced the room, his steps restless, the guilt of his denial still fresh in his heart. John sat nearby, deep in thought, his gaze distant. Mary Magdalene had told them of her encounter with the risen Lord, but even that testimony felt surreal, almost too good to be true. Then, without warning, he was there. Jesus stood among them, his presence sudden yet calm. The locked door had not hindered him, nor had the walls of fear the disciples had built around themselves. His voice, familiar and steady, broke the silence. "Peace be with you." The disciples froze, their breaths caught in their throats. For a moment, no one spoke. Could it really be him? "It's him," John whispered, his voice filled with awe. Jesus stepped closer, his hands outstretched. "Look at my hands," he said gently, his voice filled with both authority and compassion. "Touch my side." The disciples stared at the scars, the marks of the nails that had pierced him, the wound in his side where the spear had struck. These were the signs of his sacrifice, the proof of his identity. Peter fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Lord," he murmured, his voice breaking. The room erupted in cries of joy and wonder. The fear that had gripped them only moments before melted away, replaced by a flood of peace and overwhelming gratitude. Jesus smiled, his presence filling the room with warmth and reassurance. "Peace be with you," he said again. "As the Father has sent me, I am sending you." The disciples listened intently, their hearts burning within them as his words carried new purpose and clarity. Then Jesus breathed on them, a gesture both intimate and profound. "Receive the Holy Spirit," he said. "If you forgive anyone's sins, their sins are forgiven. If you do not forgive them, they are not forgiven." The weight of his words settled over them, not as a burden, but as a calling. They were no longer just followers. They were being sent out, commissioned to carry the message of his resurrection to the world. But not everyone was there that night. Thomas, one of the 12, had been absent. When the others later told him, their voices filled with excitement, he was skeptical. "Unless I see the nail marks in his hands, and put my finger where the nails were, and put my hand into his side, I will not believe," Thomas said firmly. The room fell quiet. The other disciples exchanged glances, their joy tempered by his doubt. A week later, the disciples were gathered again, the door once more locked. This time, Thomas was with them. As they spoke in hushed tones, the air seemed to shift. Suddenly, Jesus stood among them again. "Peace be with you," he said, his voice as steady and calm as before. Thomas froze, his heart pounding. Jesus turned to him, his gaze direct but kind. "Put your finger here," he said, holding out his hand. "See my hands. Reach out your hand and put it into my side. Stop doubting and believe." Thomas's breath caught in his throat. Slowly, he reached out, his fingers trembling as they touched the scars. The reality of the moment overwhelmed him, and he fell to his knees. "My Lord and my God," he exclaimed, his voice filled with awe and repentance. Jesus smiled, his expression both tender and instructive. "Because you have seen me, you have believed. Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed." This encounter in the locked room is a story of transformation, of fear into faith, doubt into conviction, and grief into joy. First, it reveals Jesus' deep understanding of human frailty. He met his disciples in their fear, entering a locked room not to chastise them, but to bring peace. His first words, "Peace be with you," were not just a greeting but a gift, calming their hearts and affirming his presence. Second, it highlights the power of his wounds. The scars were not erased by the resurrection. They remained as a testament to his sacrifice and a proof of his victory over death. By inviting the disciples to see and touch them, Jesus bridged the gap between doubt and belief. Finally, it calls us to faith. Jesus' words to Thomas, "Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed," are a reminder that faith is not just about what we can see, but about trusting in the one who is faithful. Imagine being in that room, the fear of persecution heavy in the air. Then, in an instant, Jesus stands among you, his voice bringing peace, his wounds proving his love. The locked door no longer matters, nor do the doubts and fears that once gripped you. All that matters is that he is alive, and he is with you. Now imagine being Thomas, your doubts heavy on your heart. When Jesus appears and invites you to touch his scars, the reality of his resurrection washes over you like a flood. Your doubt gives way to worship. Your heart cries out, "My Lord and my God." This story challenges us to reflect on our own faith. Are there areas of doubt or fear where we need to invite Jesus in? His presence, like in the locked room, can bring peace and clarity even in the midst of uncertainty. It also reminds us of the significance of his scars. They are a reminder that his victory over death came through sacrifice, and they call us to trust in the depth of his love. Finally, it invites us to live as witnesses of the resurrection. Just as the disciples were sent out, we too are called to carry the message of his victory to a world in need. Whatever fears or doubts you face, know this: Jesus is not hindered by locked doors or heavy hearts. He enters bringing peace, offering proof of his love, and calling you to faith. Will you, like Thomas, respond with worship and proclaim, "My Lord and my God"? The Mount of Olives, just outside Jerusalem, was quiet in the soft light of the morning. The air was filled with a sense of anticipation, a calm before the extraordinary. Jesus stood with his disciples one final time, his presence commanding their full attention. For 40 days since his resurrection, he had appeared to them, teaching about the kingdom of God and preparing them for what was to come. Yet now, as they gathered on this familiar hill, there was an unspoken understanding that something momentous was about to happen. The disciples surrounded Jesus, their faces a mixture of wonder and concern. They had seen him risen, walked with him, and even touched his scars. But questions still lingered. Would he now restore the kingdom to Israel? Would he remain with them forever, teaching and guiding them as he had before? "Lord," one of them asked, "are you at this time going to restore the kingdom to Israel?" Jesus turned to them, his expression patient and kind. "It is not for you to know the times or dates the Father has set by his own authority," he said, "but you will receive power when the Holy Spirit comes on you, and you will be my witnesses in Jerusalem and in all Judea and Samaria and to the ends of the earth." His words carried both challenge and promise. He was entrusting them with a mission that would span the globe, a calling far greater than they had yet imagined. And he was preparing them for the arrival of the Holy Spirit, the Helper who would empower them to fulfill this mission. As Jesus spoke, he lifted his hands in blessing. The disciples bowed their heads, the weight of his words sinking into their hearts. But when they looked up, something extraordinary began to happen. Jesus was rising. Slowly, before their astonished eyes, his feet left the ground. His form ascended into the sky, radiant with glory. The sunlight caught his robe, creating a brilliance that seemed to fill the heavens. The disciples stared, their breaths caught, their hearts pounding with awe and disbelief. Higher and higher he rose, until a cloud enveloped him, and he disappeared from their sight. For a moment the disciples stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the sky. The silence was profound, broken only by the sound of the breeze rustling through the olive trees. Their minds raced, trying to comprehend what they had just witnessed. "Where has he gone?" one whispered, his voice trembling. "Will he come back?" another asked, his gaze still searching the sky. Suddenly 2 men dressed in white appeared beside them. Their presence was both startling and calming, their voices steady and filled with assurance. "Men of Galilee," they said, "why do you stand here looking into the sky? This same Jesus, who has been taken from you into heaven, will come back in the same way you have seen him go into heaven." The disciples turned to the men, their words sinking in like a promise sealed in eternity. Jesus would return. After a moment, the disciples began their descent from the mount, their steps slower, but their hearts lighter. They had come to the mountain with questions, but now they carried a sense of purpose. Jesus had left them physically, but he had not abandoned them. He had promised the Holy Spirit, a power that would guide and sustain them, and he had given them a mission to bear witness to his life, death, and resurrection. They returned to Jerusalem, their hearts full of worship and joy. They gathered together in prayer, waiting for the promise of the Spirit, their faith ignited by the assurance that the one who ascended would one day return. The ascension of Jesus is a moment of profound significance, rich with meaning and hope. First, it marks the completion of his earthly ministry. Jesus, having accomplished the work of redemption through his life, death, and resurrection, now returned to the Father. His ascension signifies his exaltation, seated at the right hand of God, where he intercedes for his people. Second, it inaugurates a new chapter for his followers. By ascending, Jesus made way for the Holy Spirit to come, empowering his disciples to continue his work on earth. The mission he gave them, to be witnesses to the ends of the earth, is the foundation of the Church's purpose. Finally, it holds the promise of his return. The angel's words remind us that Jesus' ascension is not the end of the story. He will come again, bringing the fullness of his kingdom and the restoration of all things. Imagine being on the Mount of Olives that day, standing in the warm sunlight as Jesus speaks his final words. You feel the weight of his blessing, the power of his mission, and then, before your eyes, he begins to rise. Your heart races as you watch him ascend, your eyes straining to follow him until the cloud takes him from view. The awe of the moment is matched only by the hope that fills you when the angels speak of his return. Now imagine descending the mountain, your thoughts swirling with what you have just seen and heard. You know the days ahead will be challenging, but you also know you are not alone. The Spirit is coming, and Jesus has promised to be with you always, even to the end of the age. This story challenges us to live with a sense of mission and hope. Jesus' ascension reminds us that we are called to be his witnesses, sharing the good news of his love and redemption with the world. Are we living as faithful stewards of this mission, empowered by the Holy Spirit? It also invites us to trust in his sovereignty. Jesus reigns at the right hand of the Father, interceding for us and guiding history toward his ultimate return. Do we live with the confidence that he is in control, even when the world feels uncertain? Finally, it calls us to anticipate his return. The promise of his second coming is not just a distant hope. It is a reality that shapes how we live today. Are we ready to meet him, living in a way that honors his kingdom? The ascension of Jesus is not the end of his story. It is the continuation of his work through his people. As we wait for his return, may we live with purpose, empowered by his Spirit, and filled with the hope of his glorious kingdom. Will you carry his mission forward, trusting in the one who ascended and will come again? Jesus' miracles were not just acts of wonder. They were divine revelations of his power, compassion, and authority. Each one carried a message that reached beyond the moment, calling us to trust in a Savior who is not only able, but willing to meet us in our need. From turning water into wine to raising the dead, Jesus showed that no situation is too small, no person too far, and no problem too great for his transformative touch. But these miracles were more than historical events. They were invitations. They invite us to believe in the impossible, to trust in a God who moves mountains, calms storms, and feeds multitudes. They remind us that the same power that healed the sick and restored the broken is alive and active today. Which of Jesus' miracles speaks most to your heart? Is it the compassion of healing a leper, the faithfulness in calming a storm, or the victory over death in raising Lazarus? Whatever it is, take that miracle as a personal call to live in faith this week. Step out in boldness, knowing that the same Jesus who walked on water and multiplied loaves and fish is with you in your struggles, ready to work in and through you. If this video inspired you, share it with someone who needs to experience God's miracle-working power today. Let them see how Jesus' love and authority can still transform lives. And remember, every miracle was an act of grace, calling us to follow the one who holds all power and promises to walk with us always. How will you live in the faith of his miracles this week?